consuls may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of a true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity one towards another. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen.
Good morning, Senators, and I welcome all of you on this Monday of Holy Week. I have received correspondence from the Speaker of the House of Assembly advising that the following motions and bill were passed in the House of Assembly and forwarded to the Senate for its concurrence. Public Finance Management Act, Resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital or current expenditure, St. Lucia Sustainable Recovery Development Policy Financing. Public Finance Management Act, Resolution of Parliament to establish the Tourism Development Fund. Public Finance Management Act, Resolution of Parliament to authorize the Minister of Finance to guarantee borrowing by the National Lotteries Authority to finance a youth and sports infrastructure program. Resolution of Parliament to establish a women's parliamentary caucus. Land and House Tax Amendment. I beg to announce that His Excellency, the Acting Governor General, has been pleased to assent the Tourism Development Bill. I have received an excuse from Senator Noorani Aziz, who is unwell and is therefore unable to attend today's sitting. Please join me in extending get well wishes to him, and we pray God's healing upon him. Senator Angelina Prolius has sent her apologies as she will be unavoidably late to our meeting this morning. On Thursday, 7th March 2024, the Parliament of St. Lucia received a delegation from the Parliament of Canada with a view to arranging a twinning regime between the two parliaments. During the meeting, the Parliament of St. Lucia made known its areas of most need. To this end, the Parliament of Canada agreed to source and provide the Parliament of St. Lucia with a voice-to-text program which would be better able to provide us a speedier Hansard. Interestingly, the program being sourced will also allow for the translation of Creole spoken in the House. It was further agreed that the Canadian Parliament would provide training for all staff, with a priority being our librarian. Statements from ministers. Papers to be laid. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. Before I proceed, Madam President, I wish to join you in extending best wishes and recovery to our colleague Senator Aziz. We missed him for a couple of times, and so I hope that he is in good health and is back with us sooner than later. Madam President, I beg to move the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 8 of 2024, Legal Profession Eligibility, Gabriel and Gelino Order. Statutory Instrument Number 9 of 2024, Price Control Amendment Number 3 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 10 of 2024, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 Number 3 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 11 of 2024, Credit Reporting Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 12 of 2024, Public Finance Management Act, Resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital and current expenditure to support the Organization of the Eastern Caribbean Skills and Innovation Project. Statutory Instrument Number 13 of 2024, Public Finance Act, Resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital and current expenditure for recovery and resilience building policy-based loan. Statutory Instrument Number 14 of 2024, Public Finance Management Act, Resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital or current expenditure Community Tourism Program. Statutory Instrument Number 15 of 2024, Civil Aviation, Units of Measurement for Air and Ground Operations Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 16 of 2024, Civil Aviation Navigation Services Fatigue Management Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 17 of 2024, Civil Aviation Certification of Air Navigation Resources Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 18 of 2024, Aliens Landholding Licensing Exemption Arlet Arrest Order. Statutory Instrument Number 19 of 2024, Tourism Stimulus and Investment Lucian Business Services Limited Order. Statutory Instrument Number 20 of 2024, Tourism Incentives Soufriere Hot Wire Rides in Amendment Order. Statutory Instrument Number 21 of 2024, Tourism Incentives St. Lucia Helicopters Limited Order. Statutory Instrument Number 22 of 2024, Fiscal Incentives Obtronics Limited Order. Statutory Instrument Number 23 of 2024, Value Added Tax, Resolution of Parliament to approve Draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 24 of 2024, Tourism Incentives Hibiscus Stores St. Lucia Limited Order. Statutory Instrument Number 25 of 2024, Tourism Stimulus and Investment Kids Club Limited Order. Statutory Instrument Number 26 of 2024, Price Control Amendment Number 4 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 27 of 2024, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 Number 4 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 28 of 2024, Citizenship by Investment Amendment Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 29 of 2024, Special Development Areas Amendment of Schedule 1 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 30 of 2024, Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3 Order. Export St. Lucia Annual Report 2021-2022.
Motions. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to lay the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 63(1) of 1A of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 1501, the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by affirmative resolution of Parliament, borrow from a bank or other financial institution for the capital or current expenditure of government. And whereas it is further provided under Section 64 of the Act that money borrowed by the government must be paid into and form part of the consolidated fund. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to borrow the amount of special drawing rights, SDR 30,500,000, the loan from the International Development Association, the fund, to finance the St. Lucia Sustainable Recovery Development Policy financing. And whereas the service charge is 3/4 of 1% per annum on the withdrawn credit balance. And whereas the maximum commitment charge is 0.5% per annum on the unwithdrawn financing balance. And whereas the loan is repayable in 40 years commencing from the date of disbursement of the loan, inclusive of a grace period of 10 years. And whereas the loan is repayable in semi-annual installments on the first day of April, the first day of October of each year after the grace period. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow the amount of special drawing rights SDR 30,500,000, the loan from the International Development Association to finance the St. Lucia Sustainable Recovery Development Policy Fund financing. Be it further resolved that A, the service charge is 0.75% per annum on the withdrawn credit balance. B, the maximum commitment charge is 0.5% per annum on the unwithdrawn financing balance. C, the loan is repayable in 40 years commencing from the date of disbursement of the loan, inclusive of the grace period of 10 years. D, the loan is repayable in semi-annual installments on the first day of April, the first day of October, and of each year after the grace period. Madam President, I wish to provide some context and further explanation with regard to this policy-based loan that this motion describes. First of all, let me stress that this is a policy-based loan. And what it means is that the government is seeking to secure special drawing rights to finance, and as we would know, as of tomorrow, the estimates will be laid in this House, and ahead of the laying of the estimates, the government is securing finance for its upcoming budget. And a lot of the details of the projects and the initiatives that this will be financing will be given when the appropriations bill is presented by the Minister for Finance. To be able to access the special drawing rights, the government had to meet specific conditions, and that would help to ensure that the cushioning effect of COVID that continues to linger while the pandemic is over, the effects and the aftershocks continue to linger among our people. And so there's need for us to ensure that we deal with that. Madam President, the increasing interest rates is one of those aftershocks as a result of inflation. And unlike what some may have tried to project, that is coming from external sources that we as a small island developing states do not have the level of control that one may suggest that we do have. And some of those external forces will include the war in Ukraine, which still goes on. These days we hear a lot about Gaza and Haiti, but let us not forget that this war in Ukraine is still very much alive and still causing quite a lot to happen to our various countries and the economic situation. We also have the idea of the climate resilience. We continue to build resilience, and this loan also will be used towards that effort. More specifically, Madam President, 35 million from this loan will be used for budgetary support. Like I mentioned ahead of the estimates that has been mentioned, and the appropriations bill will give us quite a lot more on that. 5 million from that will be used to complete some of the activities under the OECS Tourism Competitiveness Project, and that is a very important initiative that we did discuss here previously. The conditions for the loan, Madam President, are very reasonable, I would like to add. Well, not reasonable, but very, very attractive. A 10-year grace period, 40 years to repay, and the interest rate is less than 1%, 0.75% per annum. And so I think that this initiative is really what we consider generally routine ahead of a new fiscal period where the government ensures that it has secured finances, also meeting the policy requirements to secure the loan ahead of the budget. So I ask that members give support to this as described in my brief explanation. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of special drawing rights, SDR, $30,500,000, the loan, from the International Development Association to finance the St. Lucia Sustainable Recovery Development Policy financing. Be it further resolved that A, the service charge is 3/4 of 1% per annum on the withdrawn credit balance. B, the maximum commitment charge is 1/2 of 1% per annum on the unwithdrawn financing balance. C, the loan is repayable in 40 years, commencing from the date of disbursement of the loan, inclusive of a grace period of 10 years. And D, the loan is repayable in semi-annual installments on the first day of April and first day of October of each year after the grace period. Senator Fede.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to comment on this motion to borrow $30.5 million. I'm guessing that this is United States dollars because we're talking about special drawing rights. And I know with the International Development Agency, the currency would normally be in US dollars. So we're talking in the region of 85, somewhere there, million US EC dollars from the idea for the Sustainable Recovery Development Policy financing. Madam President, how the truth is usually revealed in very, very odd ways. Madam President, the people of St. Lucia were told that the government was implementing a tax called the Health and Security Levy to help to improve health care and to improve the security in the country. Madam President, the opposition at the time found it strange because we said that we didn't see a commensurate increase in the budget of the estimates for healthcare. In fact, when we looked at the amount budgeted, we see that there was a significant decline in the amount budgeted for the previous year. And so it raised a certain curiosity within the opposition. We were very intrigued and concerned about what was the real motive behind the health and security levy. Might I add, Madam President, and I guess I'll get into that a little later, that this brought untold hardship and pain to the people of St. Lucia. But the answer as to why the St. Lucia Labour Party administration would have considered and implemented the health and security levy in addition to a number of other painful measures that they have brought to the people of St. Lucia can be found in what we see coming up, several and successive policy loans. But these policy loans, Madam President, they come with very, very, very strict and difficult conditions. And so a press release from the World Bank, Washington, D.C., January 11, 2024, Madam President, reveals this much. The World Bank writes, the World Bank's Board of Executive Directors have approved a project to help St. Lucia implement reforms in fiscal policy management, increase climate change security, improve the business environment. The press release goes on to say, the $40 million investment will help St. Lucia's sustainable development by generating extra revenue. So the extra revenue, Madam President, is the health and security levy, as well as the excise tax on tobacco. Madam President, I have no sympathy for the increase in the cost of tobacco. I probably agree with the government on that particular measure. But Madam President, when it comes to the health and security levy, I cannot agree that the government will accept such a condition because they want to borrow monies from the World Bank and from the IDA. And so, Madam President, we must not lose sight of the hardship that the health and security tax, one of the conditions that this government has agreed to with the World Bank, and the pain that it has brought to the people of St. Lucia. Madam President, in the middle of one of the worst inflation crises that the world has seen, in addition to the high cost of living which the people of St. Lucia has seen in this country, we have seen, Madam President, that this government implement a tax on goods and services. Now, the government says that this will not affect food. But, Madam President, this statement speaks to a certain lack of understanding of the economic realities of our country. If you are going to charge the services of food suppliers like supermarkets, for example, on their services, so security services, accounting services, auditing services, IT services, marketing services, advertising, and all the inputs that need to go into running a supermarket business. It means, Madam President, that the overall cost of these various establishments are going to go up. And therefore, Madam President, they will be left with no choice but to raise the cost of living or to raise the commodities found in their stores and on the supermarket shelves. And the people of St. Lucia, Madam President, they have seen that as a result of this government's quest to borrow monies and to obtain loans such as the ones that we're debating today, that they have agreed to these painful measures to raise the supermarket prices in various supermarkets in the country. Madam President, before the tax, gas prices were high. Before the implementation of the security level, we see that the bakers announced an increase in very simple commodities like bread. We see simple increases, Madam President, in going to get very basic services done in this country. But yet, Madam President, the government agrees to these conditions so that they can borrow this loan to do their favorite projects. And so, Madam President, it baffles me as to why a St. Lucia Labour Party that says that it champions the people would agree to such painful measures. It's not the loan, you know. The loan is just the sweet part of it. But there's a bitter pill that they have had to swallow, and there's a bitter pill that the people of St. Lucia are swallowing, and that is, Madam President, increased cost of living. Madam President, before the implementation of the health and security levy, the people of St. Lucia already saw that commodity prices were the third highest in the OECS, according to our economic and social review, Madam President. And that said that St. Lucia's cost of living had increased by 6.4%, Madam President, which is a significant spike by over 200% of what it was, the pace of inflation was the year before. Madam President, this is how this has been so severe on the backs of the people of St. Lucia. So this, Madam President, is a very, very, very painful step. But the World Bank press release goes on to tell us more. Goes on to say that part of this agreement and there are a slew of these loans. In fact, Madam President, and the quantum of loans tells another story as well. In this financial year, this government will be in the ballpark of $600 million. An assessment of all the order papers that we have come in this financial year to debate on in this Senate, we see they are in the ballpark of $600 million in loan. Madam President, that's a whopping $170 million more than they budgeted for last year in the estimates of revenues and expenditure. And if we look at Roman numerals 4 on page Roman numerals 4 of the estimate, we see that the government's total financing gap was somewhere in the region of $435,705,000. But yet, Madam President, in this financial year alone, a party that campaigned on the slogan of Madi Prete are now here, Madam President, to borrow a whopping $600 million. This is on the threshold of where the borrowing was for COVID, Madam President.
Beg your pardon, they are here to borrow $600 million?
In the financial year.
Oh, you said they are here.
Yeah.
I'm thinking now.
No, they've come over time.
Please clarify.
Yeah.
Yes.
From all the order papers that they have submitted, they are in the ballpark of $600 million, which is $170 million over what they said in the estimates that they were going to borrow. But that raises a very specific point. Because you know the point it raises? It tells me that the Labour Party never had a plan. And we were right, Madam President, that when we said, when the United Workers' Party during the last election campaign said that all they came to government with were beating pans and no plans, Madam President, we were right indeed. Because if you tell me that you are going to borrow $437 million, 750,000, and now you end up going 170 million more within the financial year. What has gone so wrong? What have you missed? Why this excessive borrowing on your part that has now placed you within the ballpark of the exact same threshold that happened when the country was going through one of the worst economic disasters that has been brought on by the COVID pandemic? What has gone wrong? Why have the Labour Party gotten this so wrong, Madam President? But the World Bank press release reads, it goes on to say this. It says that the $40 million investment will help St. Lucia's sustainable development by generating extra revenue, secure additional financial resources that can be directed towards poverty reduction efforts, as well as help the country to build its resilience against future shocks. It goes on to say, Madam President, the COVID-19 pandemic had significant impacts on St. Lucia's economy. Now here the World Bank is saying it, but the Labour Party, Madam President, has buried its head in the sand when it comes to the untold damage that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on this economy and the need for the then administration, Madam President, to borrow. Every single government in the world had to borrow. And so, Madam President, it beats me that if the World Bank can get it, the same people that they're going to talk to in a very sensible way about the recovery of the country, about improving the fiscal situation, those international financial agencies are saying to the St. Lucia Labour Party government that, look, your country, like every other country in the world, has gone through a very tough time because of the COVID pandemic. And I remember the campaign very well, that they said that we were lying, that we were borrowing all of this money, that we were misleading the people. And there was no need for us to come to the House to borrow money. And we were fighting to say, look, that this borrowing is necessary as the country went through one of its most difficult economic crises that it had faced in a very long time. And what happened, Madam President, is that for political profit, the Labour Party continued making the borrowing seem as if it was unreasonable. And this is while most Caribbean countries, in fact, the SDR initiative is for the whole world. It's for developing countries everywhere in the world. Whether you're in Africa, the Caribbean, Latin America, whether you're in the Pacific region, this SDR initiative is not just for St. Lucia, this is for the whole world. So the World Bank can get it. But, Madam President, the senators opposite cannot get it. Time after time, they have come in this House and stated that the borrowing that we did during COVID was not justified. But the World Bank goes on to say, Madam President, that in 2020, public debt reached 94% of the country's gross domestic product, up from 62% in 2019, despite recent efforts to implement careful financial policies and strengthen public administration. Madam President, it goes on to say, the country also faces obstacles to private sector growth, including limited access to credit. So what the World Bank says to the government...
Madam President, I stand on a point of order.
What is your point of order, Senator?
Madam President, I'm unable to verify. The Leader of Opposition Business has been quoting extensively from a document that I have no idea, I have no access to. And
so what exactly is your point of order?
It needs to make it a document of the House. I need to be able to follow.
So you want to request that he
Yes, I
makes
would
it
like to request that the document be accessible to us. He has a way of reading things that are not in front of him.
I think
So I need to be very careful.
he indicated it was a press release from the World Bank, and he gave the date, January.
Is it online? Can I just Google it? Can you just tell us the link?
Could you just repeat that information?
Yes, I'd like to follow as he reads, Madam
Senator, just repeat your information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I thank the member for the intervention. So it's the World Bank. The heading is World Bank supports St. Lucia fiscal and green reforms for sustainable recovery. So I hope that members can find this online, and I'm happy to make it. It's January 11th, 2024. Yeah? I'm happy to make this a document of the House. But it's very interesting here because, Madam President, it does make a lot of this come to light. It shows you how the World Bank is thinking. It gives you their context because they are an important partner in this whole exercise of recovery from COVID-19. Madam President, so the press release or the public statement from the World Bank goes on to say that the country also faces obstacles to private sector growth, including limited access to credit, regulatory bottlenecks, insufficient public infrastructure, and high electricity costs. Madam President, it goes on if the member has it, I'm now in paragraph 4. To help St. Lucia tackle these challenges, the project will have two main pillars. The first pillar supports St. Lucia's reforms to fiscal sustainability, and part of that, Madam President, is to raise the revenues that we've seen the government. They have attempted to increase taxes on the backs of the people. So we've seen the tax on tobacco, we've seen the health and security tax, Madam President, that we've just enunciated on. Madam President, increasing revenue and transparency. I think transparency is very, very crucial to this whole exercise because, Madam President, information must be forthcoming from the government as it relates to various initiatives, especially when you come to the Parliament. We want to have as much detail as possible. We want to understand exactly where will the monies be spent on. What are some of the things that the government is considering specifically? Now we get, for example, in the motion, which is a very, very, very subtle motion, it says that it is for sustainable recovery and development policy financing. What does that mean? What are we going to spend the money on? What are some of those specific areas? Give us some of the fundamentals that we can deal with. I don't expect you to tell me how much you're going to spend on stationery in this exercise. That's not what we're talking about. But at least list some of the 5 or 6 main projects that you will be investing in so that you can meet the conditions that you have agreed to. They have agreed to, Madam President, the government, through you, as it relates to this agreement signed by the World Bank. So, Madam President, it goes on. Managing resources more efficiently. These includes assistance for the implementation of new fiscal policies announced by the government, such as the introduction of a health and security levy and raising taxes on cigarettes. Additionally, it will also support development in the implementation of new regulations for public financial management, rules for public procurement, and consolidation for public debt management. So, Madam President, again, Madam President, we go into next paragraph. It goes on in the last sentence. It says, to improve the business environment, the project includes measures to help the implementation of the insolvency bill. The insolvency bill circulated by this House hasn't been made law yet, but that's a very, very crucial piece of legislation that can change the lives of St. Lucians in very, very profound ways. And I know that there's been a move by the government to try to safeguard people who are dwelling homes or people who reside in their dwelling homes. And one of the things I would like to say to this administration, that is how this administration saw the same bill, and that is our policy when we were there. And one of the reasons we never brought it is because we understood that we cannot make it easy for a bank to foreclose on the family residence homes of individuals, Madam President, who have single properties. We believe that if this is the house that you live in, that we cannot allow the bank without a trial, if you default on your mortgage, to allow the bank to foreclose without a trial on properties such as those. But if it is that we're just going to safeguard that, it means, Madam President, that we need to go further to protect other aspects of property. So it means that in its current state, individuals who own property for business, so if I have an Airbnb, if I have an office building, if I'm renting to individuals in the corporate world, it would mean that in its current form, if this government does not take appropriate action, that those properties, it is going to make it easier for the banks to foreclose on those properties. One that is very, very crucial to me are traditional family homes of individuals. So I want to paint a scenario for you, Madam President. Let's say that you and your siblings own your family, would have inherited your family home from your parents. And you've all moved on, and having moved on, you all have your separate property. But this is where you grew up. This is where your childhood memory is. But because it is not your single dwelling place of residence, it would mean that in the current state of the legislation, that the bank will be able to foreclose on those properties as well. And so there are more safeguards that need to happen. And when the insolvency bill comes to the House, because it's one of the conditions for this policy loan, I am putting the government on notice, Madam President, that the opposition will not support them unless they are fundamental amendments to the insolvency bill. And so, Madam President, I want to lay this and make it absolutely clear that one of the conditions for this loan, which is the insolvency bill, that more work needs to be done on it so that we can safeguard more property owners in this country. Madam President, this series of policy-based loans have placed our country in a very precarious position. We've agreed to things, Madam President, that the rest of our country is not ready for. The rest of the country is not ready for more taxes, not when they're recovering from COVID bills. They're not ready for a health and security bill. They're not ready to see increases in commodities. As they recover from COVID, as they recover from the inflation situation, which is reducing, albeit, but prices in the supermarket are still exceedingly high on most families, and most families are finding the cost of living in this country very, very tough. When people go to the gas stations, Madam President, I was there a few days ago, and a man said to me, look, Mr. Fede, these days you have to be careful how you say a full tank. Because if you say a full tank, you have to make sure that you can afford a full tank of gas. And so, Madam President, people are constantly looking at the meter to make sure that they can afford the excessively high gas bills that they need to pay. And the government has made this worse because our roads are in a state. So in addition to the high gas bill, your maintenance on your car has gone up as well. So really and truly, Madam President, it is the wrong time for this government to agree to these measures because they need the money. It is the wrong time, Madam President, to agree to put these onerous and painful measures on the backs of the people of St. Lucia. So, Madam President, there is a lot of questions here that the government must answer. And I want to say, Madam President, that the slew of policy-based loans, which we have come to this House time and time again to debate on, that they are coming with some very bitter conditions on the backs of the people of St. Lucia. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator, am I seeing the light? Oh no, oh, Senator Lee.
Madam President, I turned it off thinking that you had noticed me and was about to call me. My apologies. Thank you, Madam President. Just allow me to make a few quick remarks with regard to this motion. But first, let me join the Leader of Government Business in sending well wishes to our colleague, Senator Narani Aziz, and prayers for his swift recovery. Madam President, I had the fortune, I guess, and benefit of attending the 72nd Westminster Conference hosted by CPA UK just recently, which gave me an opportunity to dialogue and interact with parliamentarians from around the Commonwealth. And one of the things that kept coming up was the importance of the oversight function of the legislature. The ability of the legislature to look at the operations of government and hold them accountable for the manner in which they're using the resources that we are voting or pointing to them. Now, I understand that there are certain structural deficiencies that we have in our parliament that make, for example, the operation of the Public Accounts Committee not as strong as it should be. And the reason I'm raising this, Madam President, is because, as I think my colleague Senator Fede was alluding to, we are being asked on several occasions to approve borrowing, which we do. But quite frankly, we are not sure how effective this borrowing is in practice. We don't know what use is being made or full use is being made of the resources that are being allocated. We don't know the outcomes in a number of cases, of the borrowing that we're approving. And the proper functioning of the Public Accounts Committee would be essential to ensuring that that aspect of our function as a legislature is achieved. And so my plea, Madam President, is really that since that is not functioning, can we get some more information when these motions are being put forward and when we are considering them? I know my colleague has gone ahead and done some math himself. I can't vouch for the accuracy of that math, and perhaps that is why I would like to have, when these motions are being brought to us, perhaps we can have a statement of what the current borrowing is, what the current debt service ratios are, and how this borrowing is going to impact on it. So at least we are getting some wider context to the borrowing. We're not just approving, saying, well, I know, well, we're borrowing I think it's about $80 million in this case. We may have approved about 150 a few weeks ago. Because we're borrowing in some cases in isolation, or we're approving, the borrowing in isolation, and not necessarily having the full context of what the government's current indebtedness is overall, what the indebtedness for the particular fiscal year may be, and perhaps most importantly, what our debt service ratio is. I would also like to request that perhaps again, as the leader of opposition business mentioned, that rather than sort of giving us very, very general ideas as to what the borrowing is aimed at, if we can get a little bit more detail. I agree with him, not down to the stationery and how much that's going to cost. But again, if we can know exactly how much is being apportioned to perhaps the larger ticket items, it gives again a better sense of what these funds are being borrowed for, how they're being allocated, and then perhaps again, bearing in mind where I started with our responsibility for oversight of government, being able to account for how those funds are being used, because we would know exactly where they were supposed to have gone, what they're supposed to be used for, and then we can assess the impact of that borrowing on government policy. So with those observations, Madam President, I would like to encourage the leader of government business that perhaps a little bit more information can be provided to assist us in our deliberations on these motions. Thank you.
Senator Jean.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I rise in support of the motion to borrow an amount of 30.5 SDRs or $40 million in support of the St. Lucia Sustainable Recovery Development Policy financing. Madam President, it is my understanding that this loan is to support the government's reforms to strengthen fiscal revenue and transparency, as well as to promote green and resilient private sector growth. Madam President, of course, we came to the House just a few weeks ago and approved a similar policy-based loan to strengthen our tax revenue system. And so, like the leader of opposition business indicated, there are preconditions for such borrowing, one of which is the health and security levy. Madam President, the health and security levy offers transparency, and it also offers traceability of the revenue that is collected from that levy, because it can be directly diverted towards meeting the expenses for health and security. And we've heard over and over the various initiatives to which that health and security levy is applied. The people of St. Lucia have accepted the health and security levy, and I think it is time that the opposition moves on and look for something else to cry for the people of St. Lucia. The health and security levy goes towards the 80+ initiative, the prenatal ultrasound and blood test for our pregnant women. It goes towards equipment for the police, bicycles, vehicles, maintaining the police stations, and attempting to ensure that we curb the scourge of crime that we're seeing in our community. Only 2 weeks ago, the government appointed a new minister for for crime prevention in the person of Honorable Jeremiah Norbert. And so, Madam President, I think as a strategy, I would advise the opposition to start looking for something else, because the health and security levy has been battered and it is not yielding, it is not taking traction, because the people of St. Lucia are seeing differently. It is surprising, Madam President, that just about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I saw in the media the leader of the opposition was in Trinidad advising the government of Trinidad to impose a security tax to deal with their crime situation. And so we come and we decry a health and security levy right here in St. Lucia, but you're advising the very same strategy that came from the administration of Honorable Philip Joseph Pierre, and you want to bring it to Trinidad, but here in St. Lucia it is not good.
Madam President, I rise on a point of order.
What is your point of order?
Grossly misleading the House. The leader of the opposition was very clear in his advice to the Prime Minister of Trinidad, who is also the lead Prime Minister for crime in CARICOM. And what he said was for there to be a tax on tourism, on an aviation tax throughout the region to help fight crime throughout the region. So not a tax on services, not a tax that goes on the people. The health and security levy is way different from what the leader of the opposition advised.
Proceed, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President. You know, Madam President, I see on social media that there is some Cambridge Analytica, I suspect, who give strategies, for distraction. But all I could say is, I have confidence in the people of St. Lucia that what they hear in the media, they can analyze it for themselves and see when some tactics are being used on them. But it doesn't work, Madam President. These tactics don't work anymore. The distractions are not going to work, Madam President. So whether it's tourism levy, security levy, whatever it is, the people of Trinidad and the Prime Minister of Trinidad has rejected the advice that was given by the leader of the opposition. That is the bottom line, Madam President. So when we come and we decry the health and security levy, which is a precondition for us to get revenue, to be able to reform our tax system, reform our governments, in order for us to be better able to serve the people of St. Lucia, we find all kinds of things wrong with it. But Madam President, I want us to reflect on the debt situation that we have been faced with and the situation that we are at right now. Madam President, if you look at the Social and Economic Review 2022 at page 115, you would see that there is a 10-year span of the debt to GDP ratio. But I would like to focus on the period 2016, where it started off, the debt to GDP ratio started off at 60.9%. In 2017, it went down to 58.8%. 2018, 59.4%. 2019, it continues to climb 60.3%. And in 2020, 98.1%, Madam President. 98.1%. In 2021, 85.9%. And in 2022, 1 year after the new administration came in under the leadership of Honorable Philip Joseph Pierre, it went down to 85.9%, 69.8% 1 year after 2021. Madam President, this is worthy of note, Madam President, because they would make the people of St. Lucia believe that this government is just borrowing and borrowing. But borrowing has to be put in context. It must be placed in the context of the country's debt to its GDP. And we're seeing a slide. It's now the debt to GDP ratio is now sliding downwards, which suggests a more favorable fiscal situation for this country. Madam President, during that time, 2020, was when the government of St. Lucia guaranteed $100 million US from the Exim Bank to the St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority for the Uranora International Airport project. There was also a guarantee of US $70 million from a consortium of banks, again for that project. If you go down to Uranora Airport project site, Madam President, all you will see is the foundation, a set of piles with pile caps that are there on the airport site, and now a tower is constructed. US $175 million, Madam President, of a project that started since 2018. 4 years, and we cannot even see any light beyond the tunnel. Because, Madam President, people were passing through the site, and depending on the day, they would decide, change it here, change it there, put road here, do this there, change the location, put it closer to the river. All sorts of bad decisions. And the people of St. Lucia have a debt on their backs of $175 million US. Calculate that in EC dollars, Madam President, so that we could feel more of what this last administration has done to the people of St. Lucia. Over 300 million EC dollars, and we just there. Nula, I don't know whether we come in or we go in with the Uranora International Airport project. But I have the confidence, Madam President, that we will see that project, that airport come to fruition under the leadership of Honorable Philip Joseph Pierre and the administration of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Madam President, we had another fiasco, the St. Jude Hospital. We want to talk about debt. We want to talk today about health and security levy, and we want to talk about borrowing. Madam President, based on a report that was presented by the Ministry of Finance, the last administration over the period 2019, February 2019 to July 2021, spent $118.05 million on St. Jude Hospital. Let that sink in. $118.05 million when the FDL report said that they needed just about $100 million to complete the hospital and transfer the patients of St. Jude Hospital from the stadium into the new facility. Rather than do that, they spent $118 million for a box, empty, vid, Kodise mona vid ko disco. And not one person could benefit from that structure up to now. But to add insult to injury, Madam President, they left a debt of $28.74 million. They didn't pay some of the contractors who were on that hospital. It had to be paid by this administration. We talk about debt. You want to cry for the health and security levy? You want to talk about borrowing? I mean, let's go back. At least the health and security levy can be traced. We could see the initiatives of the government on the health and security levy. Show us? Let's go and look for the vaccine money. Let me show you. Let's go and look for money, Madam President. Show us. Let's show the people of St. Lucia where the vaccine money went. Let us show the people of St. Lucia where the paint and the other things that SSU had to go and collect for St. Jude, where it went. You want to show people of St. Lucia? Show us. Let's go and show the people of St. Lucia where these things went. We saw it, Madam President, and the people of St. Lucia are not foolish. They're not fooled. Thanks to the media, we could see everything that is happening around us. We're very, very, very transparent. So show us. Let's show the people of St. Lucia where the Rodney Bay Road went. The Drensky there. You will wonder where these people, what were they thinking? Right? So monies went all over the place. Contractors, and you know certain people who started, freshly, and you just cannot understand where money went, right? So, Madam President, the people of St. Lucia must appreciate that this government do not only need money for new initiatives. The government needs money to pay back from the squandering that took place during the period 2016 to 2021. We have to rebuild. This government has to rebuild. They have to déranger pour ranger. Gouvernement ça ni pour faire un pays ça. So c'est pas l'argent tout seul pour bailler neuf. The St. Jude Hospital, we heard from early o'clock. I didn't even know that they had north, south, east, and west wing, right? But you're hearing some architects were advising that if we complete the east wing, there would be enough space to move the patients from the George George Odlum Stadium into the new facility. No, you pas voulu faire ça. Build a new box. Mets couleur en l'air, mets helipad en l'air, mais là ni helipad, mais pas one wire qui a dedans. Not one wire that's in the box. Not one piece of plumbing that's in the box. Not one AC unit in the box. Nothing. This is where what we have to show the people of St. Lucia. And Madam President, we must not make the people forget. Dele, top one by Nevini, nous ka oublié. Mais nous ni pour changer. We have to go back to reminding the people of St. Lucia of what we went through. Madam President, I am pleased to report that only last week, the fishermen of our country will now be receiving their rebate, $2.50 per gallon. You wonder why we borrow? You wonder why we want money? Why we have money? We need money? To serve the people of St. Lucia. So fishermen now will get up to a maximum of 6,000 gallons at $2.50 per gallon. So a maximum of $15,000 will go to each fisherman through quarterly payments. Dis-moi, Madame President, est-ce que le gouvernement nous pas travail? Huh? Isn't our government working for the people of St. Lucia? come in and cry about health and security levy. Sing a new tune, Madam President. You know, every year we have Calypso, right? Every year the Calypsos change, there is social commentary, right? Last year Calypso finished already, health and security levy, Calypso sa fini. Anou commencé un lot song. Anou commencé un lot tune. No soucis ye, no ha fini ak sa ha fini. Health and security levy ha fini. New Calypso season, start writing new tunes. Start writing about Tropical Trump. No thank you. Calypso sa kosa nou ni pou komanse chate. Leave the health and security levy alone. Madam President, for some of us who have not driven to the south, I would suggest we take a drive down on the East Coast. Madam President, Lani Carpet Telma East Coast la. From Larissus all the way to Fordo, carpet on the road. The only thing that I want to encourage our motorists is to be cautious on the road. I am sure Senator Tousse passed on that carpet this morning. There is road rehabilitation. When the Prime Minister announced last year that this year would be the year of infrastructure, I did not expect it to be so soon. Messieurs, Madam President, so wake up it. Go down on the East Coast. And based on what I see happening on the West Coast, very soon we will be seeing carpet. But what I see happening on the West Coast is retaining walls are being constructed, drains are being constructed. So Leo Kuma se kapetsa me se setlisika ibelako. Roads will be rehabilitated all around the island. And not only on the primary road network, but little holes, tutitu kai bushi. Everywhere is going to be splendid this year during the year of infrastructure. So, Madam President, I fully support this loan because it does not only, I agree with Senator Lee that we need to have greater detail on the structure of these loans and what, and to me, exactly what, not in too much detail of all the little, sense and so on, but we need to have a little more clarity. But at the same time, Madam President, we're seeing the transparency of this government, what these loans are going towards. They're going towards reforms, and so we look forward to improvement in our whole public service reforms, in our bureaucratic structures, in order that we can make things much better for the people of St. Lucia. I thank you.
Senator Stanislas.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and a pleasant good morning to everyone. And let me extend get well wishes to Senator Aziz. Madam President, I rise, of course, to add my voice to the debate this morning on this motion of borrowing approximately $100 million EC from the bank. Interesting to note, Madam President, it is no longer Mardi Pwete, but we are here on a Monday. So now we are here at Le Dipwete. I do not know, Madam President. Later on, but maybe by the end of the term of the government, we might move to a Vandwedi or even some Dipwete, Madam President. But anything is expected. Madam President, Madam President, as my colleague alluded to earlier on, we have seen a borrowing of almost $600 million by the present administration. And it is the same administration back in opposition who had plenty of issues when it came to borrowing. But Madam President, we will debate amount of borrowing and of course debt to GDP at a later time. We have the upcoming budget where we can deal with that, Madam President. I think we need to deal with the matter at hand this morning, which is the borrowing of $100 million. And I want to respond to 3 points which the leader of government business made when he explained the reason for the borrowing. And one was the loan was to finance upcoming, it's a policy-based loan, he said, which I believe is the second policy-based loan we are coming here for in a matter of a month or 6 weeks. The first one was about $100 million. Well, I wasn't present for that debate. And this one for another $100 million. And he also mentioned that the loans, or this loan, is to finance the upcoming budget, and the government had to meet specific conditions. But the leader of government business never said what were the specific conditions. But we know very well that those specific conditions were conditions to generate more revenue. And one of it, well, of course, was the tax on tobacco, and the other one was the 2.5% health and security levy, which Senator Jean and, of course, my colleague have alluded to in their presentation. And what is difficult about it, Madam President, is only now the leader of government business, and of course the government, is saying that the 2.5% were conditions for the borrowing. But last year, when it was introduced in the appropriation bill, we were told it is for health and security reasons. There was never anything about as a condition. So it means that this 2.5%, which was introduced last year, was already negotiated prior to that presentation with the World Bank as a condition for borrowing within the fiscal year those monies, the $200 million as policy-based loans. That is the difficulty. That the people of St. Lucia, the parliament was misled back then to believe that it was for health and security, when they knew very well that they had already negotiated that 2.5% health and security as a policy-based loan.
On a point of order, Madam President.
Yes, Senator Jean, what is your point of order?
Yeah, Madam President, the member is misleading the House. Based on what he's saying, the health and security levy was not presented in any clandestine way. Whether it was a condition for a loan or not, the health and security levy is established, just as the name implies, for the people of St. Lucia. And so I don't think it should be presented in a way that suggests that it was done in any sort of manner, because it didn't say that it was a precondition.
Thank you, Senator. I do agree with Senator Jean on this part. I was finding it very confusing. Whether it was as a precondition to getting the loan, it was indicated to the people of St. Lucia that it was a health and security levy. So I advise you just to be very careful with your choice of words. Senator, please proceed.
Understood, Madam President.
You had to tell us.
But I'm just saying that, yes, it was said that it was a health and security levy. But what I'm saying is that it was known.
You said they were misled into thinking. I'm saying maybe it was not indicated that it was a condition, but you said the country was misled into thinking. So I'm saying you'll be very careful with your choice of words.
Understood, Madam President. I shall move on. But we all know what I was saying, Madam President. Madam President, the leader of government business also said that this loan was to meet the effects of lingering COVID issues, as well as budgetary support. And I'm very happy that he made mention of COVID issues. We still have COVID issues lingering, and budgetary support. And I remember very clearly, Madam President, when I was in the lower house, and of course my colleague in the lower house, a couple of years ago, during the worst crisis in this country's history, COVID in 2020, that the entire government was shut down. The economy contracted by 24%. The GDP declined by about $1 billion. Revenue for that year, I believe, was just about $900 million, coming from a peak of about 1.1 billion. Highest in the history of governance, of course, until about 2 years ago. And with all the COVID issues, and of course, the cuts in revenue collection, the cry on the other side was give the people the money with the borrowings. And these were borrowings for budgetary support during that time. A time of crisis. Persons, almost 14,000 persons lose their jobs in the hotel sector, in the tourism sector. Monies were made available to non-contributors of NIC, about 11,000 persons, over $16 million in a time of crisis, Madam President. But today, government revenue have amounted to over $1.3 billion. Over $1.3 billion. They are projecting another additional 100 and something million, almost $1.4 billion this year. But the leader of government business is still coming and saying that those loans, policy-based loans, are for budgetary support and to deal with COVID issues. You still have many businesses, you still have many persons who are still suffering as a result of COVID, who have not gotten a job, who have not gone back to work, who are unable to open their small businesses. So are those monies going to be given to those people? Because the cry back then, in times of crisis, when revenue was just a little over 900 million, it was give the people the money, with the borrowing from the CDB, the IMF, and the ECCB. Now revenue have increased, the highest in the history of this country, $1.3 billion. You have borrowed all these monies. What are you doing? You said budgetary support. During our time, our budgetary support borrowing was going towards salaries. So are you saying that those monies, you're still using those monies to help with salaries?
On income support to unregistered.
We want some clarification, Madam President. The leader of government business also said that the breakdown he gave, Madam President, 35 million for budgetary support, 5 million for the OECS competitive project. That's 40 million. But we still have a remainder of 60 million, where he gave no specifics as to where the $60 million is going to go. And again, Senator Jean alluded to transparency. So if you come into the House to borrow $100 million, kindly give us the specifics. Not the nitty-gritty details, but do not come and tell us only 35 million for budgetary support, 5 million for OECS competitive project, makes it 40 million, and you have nothing to say about the remainder of the $60 million. We need specifics, Mr. Leader of Government Business. No, that's 60, I'm talking about 60 million easy. Senator Jean said, Madam President, that the people of St. Lucia have accepted the health and security levy and that we should leave it alone. I don't know if Senator Jean was speaking for herself or for her colleagues or for certain people in the Labour Party. But as far as I know, Madam President, the people of St. Lucia have not accepted 2.5% levy. It is making life difficult for them, Madam President. They don't have a choice. They do not have a choice. But the people of St. Lucia have not accepted 2.5% levy. When you say that, Madam Senator, through Madam President, you're not speaking for the whole of St. Lucia. You're speaking to a specific set of people who have accepted it. But this is causing a lot of hardship in the country. It is exacerbating the cost of living crisis that we have in this country. So we cannot say that, Madam President. We cannot say that. And we are going to debate this further in the appropriation bill.
That's right.
We are going to await the economic and social review. And we are going to continue that debate, Madam President. But I can tell you that the people of St. Lucia have not accepted an additional 2.5% on their backs in an inflationary period of almost 6%. They have not accepted that, Madam President. The senator also said, Madam President, she went to the Economic and Social Review. She looked at debt to GDP. From 2016, she said it was 60.9%. 2017, 58.8%. That's page 115, Madam President. I'm referring to the same page which the senator was making a presentation from. 2018, 59.4%. You can see the decline, 60.9, 58.8, 59.4. 2019, 60.3, steady at 60.3. 2020, 98.1%. But she failed to tell us, Madam President, 2020, there is the year of COVID. The year of COVID, your economy contracted by 24%. $1 billion was washed out of your GDP. But, Madam President, you still have your debt obligations.
That's right.
You still have your debt obligations. And I'm very, very happy that during this crisis, that United Workers' Party never defaulted on its obligation to pay the debt. Never defaulted. And look at the results of 85.9%, 69.9%. But again, we are going to wait for the Economic and Social Review to know the debt and GDP in this fiscal year for us to have that debate. We are going to have that debate on debt to GDP. We're going to have that debate on economic growth, on recovery during that debate, Madam President. But I just wanted to point out that Madam Senator, Madam President, failed to tell us that as a result of COVID in 2020, the debt to GDP went to 98.1% because we still had our obligations to meet, Madam President. The senator also spoke about, I think, HIA. But Madam Senator, Madam President, if you all did not stop the airport project, we would have had a world-class airport today. We would have had a world-class airport. It is because of the vindictiveness of this government, this Labour Party, that you all stopped it. We would have been competing regionally. We would have been in a better position with tourism and everything.
That's right.
Because you all stopped it, we are where we are today, Madam President. So do not come here and pontificate as if everything is nice and rosy. We know that. You go on the ground, you talk to people every day, Madam President. They tell you this economic and social situation. But yet still, we come here, we borrow. The same borrowing we had problems with in opposition, we are continuing on that same spree of borrowing with nothing to show the people. And we want the opposition to just come here, sit, relax, and say nothing. No, Madam President. We are going to point out the shortcomings of this government. We are going to ask the necessary questions. We're going to ask for the specifics of the borrowing, and we are going to hold the government accountable, Madam President. With this, Madam President, I thank you very much.
Senator, Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just telling my colleague that he needs to be promoted in the batting order. But you have to be a cricketer to understand that. Madam President, I am very pleased to stand up to respond to some of the discussion that went on this particular motion. First of all, I paid particular attention to four of my colleagues who have spoken, and I want to firstly get one of the first responses out of the way, because sometimes when the opposition says nothing, it's always better for them. When they say little, it's better for them. But in our democracy, we want them to speak, because whenever they do, it gives me an opportunity to reveal what I would not have otherwise had a chance to do. So let me start with the independent senator who made a couple of valid observations, mentioning, in essence, the need for greater detail, and also pointed out the importance of the government, any government really, showing greater accountability and transparency with regard to its finances, the state of the economy, the debt to GDP ratio, and the current fiscal situations. I am in agreement with that. He also noted quite correctly that the Public Accounts Committee has a responsibility to provide that kind of scrutiny, and I agree. But Madam President, I want to remind the Senate that the Public Accounts Committee has a chair, and isn't the chair of the Public Accounts Committee the leader of the opposition? I just wanted to be sure, because I believe that is the case. And if the chair of the Public Accounts Committee is the leader of the opposition, who has a very important responsibility of providing scrutiny when it comes to the finances of this country, then I think the opposition needs to start talking to their leader. Because he comes to this house, and some of them try to follow suit, make statements, say things, disappear, sometimes never appear. And these important functions, I'm not saying it's only that's only left to him, but that is an important function of an opposition. So before we move on, Madam President, I want to thank the independent senator for raising that issue, and to remind the opposition that it is their leader who has the responsibility as the chair of the Public Accounts Committee to provide that kind of scrutiny and then come and debate. But it's not happening. They are busy doing other things. Madam President, let me now move to some of the issues that were raised by the leader of opposition business. And you'll see why I said that he needs to promote his colleague up the order. Madam President, one of the first things he tried to do, as always, is to beat up on the health and security levy. For a while there, I was tempted to stand and ask whether this debate is about the health and security levy. But he tried to weasel his way around, and so I left it alone. Madam President, the leader of opposition business quoted extensively from a document, a World Bank document. And as you recall, I stood on a point of order and requested that the source be made available, because I know his tendencies. And once again, I was right. His tendencies are to use sources, and sometimes I don't know if it's skillful or unskillful, try to make it fit into his narrative. And so he quoted extensively, paragraph this, paragraph that. So, Madam President, allow me to go to that same document. I thank him for providing the reference. So I was able to pull it up, thanks to technology, and follow. Well, he could not have misquoted because he knew I was following. But Madam President, let me refer to that same document and go to paragraph 6 of the same document. What the leader of opposition business did not tell us, Madam President, is as per paragraph 6, quote, "The proposed operation underscores St. Lucia's determination to navigate challenges with resilience and innovation through the implementation of strategic measures such as the health and citizen security levy and progressive fiscal reforms. St. Lucia is taking active steps to shape a better future for its people." Madam President, I continue. "Commitment to green and resilient private sector growth reflections a vision where economic prosperity goes hand in hand with environmental sustainability." Madam President, the same document that he quoted extensively from, that he used almost to base his entire presentation on, has a very well-coined statement that is in quotes. And that didn't come from the Labour Party. That came from the document. And you heard what I just read, Madam President. Do I have your permission to read it again? I want to read it again slowly, and maybe I can explain it in Creole, because I want all of St. Lucia to understand what that document from the World Bank is saying about what this government is doing. So, Madam President, thank you. I have 40 minutes, I was told, so I'll take my time. Madam President, I quote again. The proposed operation underscores St. Lucia's determination to navigate challenges with resilience and innovation through implementation of strategic measures such as the Health and Citizen Security Levy and progressive fiscal reforms. St. Lucia is taking active steps to shape a future for its people. Commitment to green and resilient private sector growth reflects a vision where economic prosperity goes hand in hand with environmental sustainability. Well, Madam President, must have Lani Moun Kakuti. Okay, PC Disa Kweo. Ça qu'a dit, Madam President. Monsieur leader opposition, affaires business opposition, sénateur Fedi. Il debout et puis il parlait about motion là nous venons ici pour prêter l'argent pour ça supporter les affaires budget qui ka venir Italie. Et puis il dit nous il servi un document qui sorti World Bank. Vous savez les montants World Bank il a dit ouais ça c'est bail qui sort. Et puis il fait presque tout ça il dit pour dire il servi document ça là. Mais ça il pas dit nous. C'est même document ça là qu'a dit nous. Ça nous qu'a fait en cette Lucia. Quand nous tuons qui gouvernement a une détermination pour faire toute qualité ça fait pour dire les pays affaires ça nous a créé résilience ça c'est habilité nous pour ça arranger problème qui ça affecté nous et puis ça a créé innovation bagaille qui nouveau bagaille qui neuf. Il a aussi dit gouvernement a implémenté ça nous a créé strategic measures ça c'est bagaille qui a anticipé ça qui a fait après et puis ça a créé health and security levy ça c'est yon ces bagaille là qui a montré ça nous a dit progressive fiscal reforms ça c'est ça fait manager l'argent nous qui a montré progrès ça veut dire nous avant nous avons ça et puis aussi Madame Président il a dit nous qui cette ici qu'a point toute démarche pour faire assurer qui yo ka servi moi resilient private and sector growth reflections ça veut dire nous ka montrer qui nous ka point toute démarche pour ni plus force en affaires secteur privé et puis aussi qu'a dit Madame Président qui il a montré qui nous ni vision gouvernement ça c'est un gouvernement qui a une vision là qui a venu pour affaires économiques et puis prosperity pays. Madam President, I hope my Creole was useful this morning because sometimes I don't get much opportunity to use it, but I wanted to make sure that this piece of information was shared with St. Lucia. Masav si kopon sa media. Mais moi question ici kopon. Madam President, this I have said to the opposition when we come to this chamber we are debating the policies and issues. They need to stop trying to take a twist and a hit at every opportunity below the belt. This only provides us with ammunition to debunk and to expose their weaknesses. So, Madam President, having dealt with that, I want to now move to the argument that there was no idea as to what the health and security levy is being used to do. I believe, Madam President, the Senator Jean attempted to provide some detail, but permit me to provide a little more detail on the matter of what is it that we are doing with the health and security levy that the opposition seems to have an obsession with. This is health and security levy. Madam President, it is being used to finance the universal health care program, some of the components like the 80+. free health care for people of age 80 plus. Ek nous a dit nous kay mener l'âge à descendre. Madam President, maternal care pour aider les madames qui enceintes, yo pas kay ni pour payer pour yo aller point test yo et puis bagay en health center pour faire assurer yo ka faire ti maman qui ni bon santé. Ultrasound, Madam President, c'est bagay ça cher. The Health and Security Levy is helping to provide that service for free. Madam President, they ask, what is it we're doing with the Health and Security Levy? Madam President, because we have removed VAT on the importation of radiological equipment, it is making it cheaper now for people to access those services. Madam President, this health and security levy is also being used to finance the construction of police stations in this country. Health and security. And you want me to name a few? I have my notes, you know. And I have my colleagues and my sources that are authentic. We work as a team. So sometimes when the opposition thinks I'm not paying attention, the rest of my colleagues are. And they furnish me with the updates. Madam President, the Northern Divisional Police Headquarters is one of them. The Viewfort Police Station is another one of them. And the much talked about Sayokwazia, custody suites. Yokwazi. Well, we are going to make sure we have somewhere to put people when they are in custody. Madam President, these are some of the initiatives that this health and security that they don't like to hear about is paying for. I can mention a couple more, you know, madam. Bikes and vehicles for the police, and I was just reminded, free ambulance services. Madam President, I thank the opposition for giving me the opportunity to have to go and deal with these things. So, Madam President, let me now move to the final presentation or some of the comments made by Senator Stanislas. And although I asked for his promotion in the batting order, he's still not playing straight. He's still playing across the line. So he has to be a little careful. But I thought he sought to be a little more objective in his approach. However, I noticed that there are certain things that I need to clarify. And one of his pronouncements or comments, Madam President, had to do with the loan not being the issue of not taking this loan to finance health and security, and that the government misled the public. Did he say that? The government misled the public to believing that we were going to have a levy, but it was only because of the conditions of necessary for the loan. So, Madam President, let me just remind the member who was a member of the United Workers' Party government when his then Prime Minister, in December of 2020, had negotiated that very loan. And I want to tell the member that I know he's not in the lower house, but one member of the lower house did allude to it, and I want to remind him that while he sat in cabinet in 2020, was he not, Madam President? Yes, he was. His then Prime Minister had negotiated that very loan. But here's the problem. Here's the problem. And I'm going to permit me to get to my sources, because you see, when these things happen, I prepare for them. I anticipated that, you know, Madam President. So I prepared. So let me refer to a little bit of a note that I made in anticipation of that issue about we only came here to borrow that money because it was we want to get the money, so that's why we had to meet the preconditions and we brought the levy. So, Madam President, allow me now to give you a little more information about why the opposition is misleading. Because he's trying to say to us, oh, you went to negotiate a loan and it's because of preconditions. You know why? They tried to negotiate that loan, but they were not able to meet the preconditions. Because you are busy, borrow tel l'argent, you pas ça satisfait ces conditions. So, here are some of the conditions that were required. One, improved fiscal position. their government was supposed to show evidence that they had improved the fiscal position of the country, and they were not able to do that. So your party went Luna. Number one. The second one, they were supposed to increase their primary balance. You have to show that you can increase your primary balance. Madam President, your party fait ça. And what is your primary balance? It's basically showing that what you have left after you have paid your loans, your interest on your loans, and your party fait. There's another one, Madam President, another condition. Their debt to GDP had to show that it was dropping. But okay, the only reason our debt to GDP ratio went up in 2020 was because of COVID. COVID say, I will not dispute that, but I will say to him that before 2020, the debt to GDP ratio was already on the incline. It was, and Senator Jean had given some information on that. And Madam President, it is because they could not open the gap between the debt to GDP, that they were not able to get the loan. And so, they also had to show an increase in their ability to collect revenue. But Madam President, they cut their ability, or they reduced their ability to collect revenue by reducing VAT by 2.5%. Like you say, sir, $50-something million were being lost. So they had done everything contrary to what the conditions required at that time. And although their Prime Minister tried to get that loan, they could not get it. Mais vous savez, Madame President, souvent Belgian Madame, et puis, ils ont dit combien d'années vous avez travaillé chatli. Et qui pas qu'à quoi. Et que anti-mission pas mettre les pièces. C'est lui qui a stroll de San Chimekti, Madame. Ça, ou pas écouter ça. Because you could not meet the standard. And so now that the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party has met the conditions, has grown the economy, has brought the debt to GDP ratio down, has increased its ability to collect revenue, and has done all of those things that they could not do, we can now access the loan. Eh bien, à présent, therein lies the argument. So, Madam President, I want to make sure that we are clear about what is going on here. This policy-based loan, they've tried to take it and drag it along with all kinds of things. But we are focused on what the purpose of this policy-based loan is about. Now, Madam President, while this government has been able to meet all of these particular requirements, that it can access finance at concessionary rates, you know what we've been able to do, Madam President, while we do all of that? While we have been able to do all of those things, we are still able to remove VAT on building materials. Nous avons fait tout ça, Madame Président. Nous avons fait l'économie à aménager primaire, nous avons amassé plus l'argent, nous avons coupé à sous dette, nous avons montré qu'il y a une fiscal space, mais nous avons fait tout ça. Nous avons fait toutes ces conditions-là. Mais pendant nous avons fait ça, nous avons fait Saint-Lucien matériaux pour faire caillou sans VAT. Another thing that we are able to do while we are doing that, Madam President, we have removed VAT on sanitary products. For the ladies, Madam President, for the women of this country. So this government retains its social conscience while it's trying to grow the economy, while it's improving all of those things. We have not forgotten the important social responsibilities that this government has. Madam President, we have increased what we call the tax threshold. People would have they had a tax free of about 18,000 per annum. We brought it up to 25,000. Madam President, ça m'a dit. Le gouvernement a fait tout ça et puis nous toujours nous habilité pour dire si vous avez fait $18 million par l'année, that comes down to about $1,600 par mois, ou pas de payer taxes. À présent, le gouvernement a dit c'est pas $1,600 tout seul. Même si vous avez fait $2,000 par mois, ou pas payer taxes. 2000 check. Because 24, 12 to the 24. So you 2,000 plus. So, Madam President, this is a demonstration of the government's ability to balance its fiscal responsibility and its social responsibility to the people of this country. So I'm not worried about the Senator Jean said that they should leave the health and security tax alone. Bring it, keep bringing it. Vin parler about health. Chaque les autres viennent ici à parler about health and security. To levy, we will have an appropriate response, a responsible response about how this government is managing its affairs. Madam President, one more thing I will add before I end. Well, two things, because the member gave me a lot of food for thought. So I want to tell him that he made a statement and I picked it up. As soon as he said it, I wrote it. He uttered he made the statement, revenue has increased. Am I not correct? Yes. He said, this government, revenue has increased. Vous voulez dire nous a increased revenue? Nous avons fait un bagay right? This nous a increased revenue. But we're doing that without leasing lands to anybody for $1 acre. We're not doing that, you know. And there are many other things I can go about talking that we are not doing to hurt the people of this country while we are increasing revenue collection. And later today, Madam President, we have a bill where we're going to be waiving further house and land. We're doing all of that while we're waiving taxes for people in this country. Madam President, the member also mentioned, and he mentioned something about, he said that we are the only ones who support the health and security levy. Something to that effect. I have a lot of respect for him, so I don't want to misquote him. He said St. Lucians don't support this thing. So he doesn't know which St. Lucians we're referring to. They have not accepted. That's correct. I like to be correct. So he said St. Lucians have not accepted the health and security levy. Well, Madam President, I want to just use a random objective approach. A colleague mentioned it. There are polls and e-polls and opinion polls that are being done all over the place. Gouvernement yo ka fait misi poll, tout le yo fait poll la ka di yo ka pet mais yo ka di moun yo ka gain. So all kind of polls are being done. But in a recent HTS e-poll by a journalist randomly picking up comments on St. Lucians about the levy, only one comment out of the entire number of persons interviewed mentioned anything in opposition to the levy. Everyone except one was giving reasons, not just saying they support the levy, they were giving reasons why they support the levy. So I want him to go back to that poll, and maybe it can be just one little reference to represent the opinion of the average St. Lucian on the street. And I can tell him the e-poll was not 3 to 5 persons. There were many more because I saw it. And it's still there. He can go pick it up. Maybe we'll have to come here, Madam President, and do something with use the technology, because I saw the leader of opposition business do it recently. And he had a lady here for a whole day, and up to now I can't remember what he put on the screen. 5 slides, 5 pictures that I had to deal with. Maybe we can bring those things here and replay those e-polls for the whole of St. Lucia to see what St. Lucians believe or what St. Lucians have to say about such initiatives like the health and security levy. So, Madam President, we have a lot more to do today, but I want to assure St. Lucians that what this government is doing is being responsible and planning ahead. Tomorrow we begin with the estimates, and there's a lot that's going to be said. And I like the challenge that the member has posed. Let's see how we deal with that, and I look forward to that debate. But in the meantime, we will proceed to ensure that we secure the financing to support the budget and to undertake the initiatives that were outlined in my earlier presentation. So, Madam President, I thank members for the input, particularly the leader, the independent senator, and I assure him that the details will be given as we unfold our plans. I also remind the opposition that they need to speak to their leader. Do your work. You are the chair of the Public Accounts Committee. C'est ça, c'est travail pour garder après les affaires, manière nous cap dépenser l'argent pays. Faire travail. Last vini ici a dit by mon parole particulier. That is not what you're here for. So I hope that message reaches in English, and so we can get better quality representation in this House on behalf of the people of this country. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of special drawing rights, SDR 30,500,000, the loan, from the International Development Association to finance the St. Lucia Sustainable Recovery Development Policy financing. Be it further resolved that A, the service charge is 3/4 of 1% per annum on the withdrawn credit balance. B, the maximum commitment charge is 1/2 of 1% per annum on the unwithdrawn financing balance. C, the loan is repayable in 40 years, commencing from the date of disbursement of the loan, inclusive of a grace period of 10 years. And D, the loan is repayable in semi-annual installments on the first day of April and first day of October of each year after the grace period. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided under Section 22(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 1501, the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by an affirmative resolution of Parliament, establish a special fund to collect money that must be used for a specific purpose. And whereas it is further provided under Section 22(2) of the Act that a resolution under subsection 1 must state A, the purpose of the specific fund, B, the money to be paid into the specific fund, C, the means of collection of the money to be paid into the special fund, D, the source of the monies of the special fund, E, the accounting officer responsible for the administration of the special fund, F, the term for which the special fund should be maintained. And whereas the Minister of Finance, with the approval of Parliament, considers it necessary to establish a special fund to be known as the Tourism Development Fund. The fund, for the purpose of financing or facilitating the operations, Tourism Development Fund and tourism marketing of the Department of Tourism. And whereas the source and monies to be paid into the fund comprises A, the sums allocated by Parliament, B, the penalties and interest under Section 117 of the Tourism Development Act, number 1 of 2024, C, the surplus tourism levy revenue under Section 119 of the Tourism Development Act, number 9 of 2024, D, any grants received by the Department of Tourism in relation to the tourism development, E, any fees charged under the Tourism Development Act, number 1 of 2024, F, all other sums that may become payable to or vested in the Department of Tourism in respect of matters incidental to its functions and powers. And whereas Section 23(1) of the Act relating to the payment and accounting procedures applies to the fund. And whereas, in accordance with Section 23(2) and 23(3) of the Act, A, the accounting officer administering the fund shall, within a period of 1 month after the end of the financial year, prepare, sign, and submit to the Accountant General statements showing the financial position of the fund at the end of the financial year. B, the statements under paragraph A must include 1, a statement of the assets and liabilities of the fund. 2, a detailed statement of receipts and payments of the fund. And 3, a statement of investments and interest or dividends credited to the fund. And whereas the Permanent Secretary of the Department of Tourism is the accounting officer who is responsible for administering the fund. And whereas the fund must be maintained unless it is closed by the Minister of Finance under Section 24 of the Act, where the Minister of Finance receives a report from the Permanent Secretary of the Department of Tourism to indicate that the purpose for which the fund was established had been fulfilled or no longer exists, and, in the opinion of the Minister, there is no likelihood that the purpose for which the fund could lawfully be used will arise in the future, or the terms specified in this resolution for the fund has expired. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to establish a special fund to be known as the Tourism Development Fund for the purpose of facilitating the operations, tourism development, and tourism marketing of the Department of Tourism. Be it further resolved that A, the source and monies to be paid into the fund comprises 1, the sums allocated by Parliament. 2, interest and penalties under Section 117 of the Tourism Development Act, number 1 of 2024. Excuse me. 3, the surplus tourism levy revenue under Section 119 of the Tourism Development Act, number 1 of 2024. 4, the grants received by the Department of Tourism in relation to tourism development. 5, the fees charged under the Tourism Development Act, number 1 of 2024. 6, all other sums that may become payable or vested in the Department of Tourism in respect of matters incidental to its function and powers. B, in accordance with Section 23(2) and 3, the Act 1, the accounting officer administering the fund shall, within a period of 1 month after the end of the financial year, prepare, sign, and submit to the Accountant General statements following the financial position of the fund at the end of the financial year. 2, the statements under subparagraph 1 must include A, a statement of assets and liabilities of the fund. B, a detailed statement of receipts and payments of the fund. And C, a statement of investment and interest or dividends credited to the fund. C, Section 23(1) of the Act relating to the payment and accounting procedures applies to the fund. D, the Permanent Secretary of the Department of Tourism is the accounting officer who is responsible for administering the fund. E, the fund must be maintained unless 1, it is closed by the Minister of Finance under Section 24 of the Act, where the Minister of Finance receives a report from the Permanent Secretary of the Department of Finance to indicate that the purpose for which the fund was established has been fulfilled or no longer exists, and, in the opinion of the Minister, there is no likelihood that a purpose for which the fund could lawfully be used will arise in the future. Or 2, the terms specified in this resolution for the fund has expired. So, Madam President, in the motion itself, there has been quite a lot of detail. The motion in terms of how it is presented and how it is worded is very specific, because this is a very important initiative following from the Tourism Development Bill that you earlier mentioned has been ascended to the Governor General, which has, I suppose, will now become the Act. And having had a very interesting debate on the Tourism Development Bill and why we needed it and how it will work, we also indicated that there would have to be some measure of financing of the projects and the operations that the bill referred to. And so this is merely to fulfill that specific requirement to set up the Tourism Development Fund. The amount in question, Madam President, is $5 million US, and the resolution really seeks to secure the finances for one of the components outlined in that bill, which is the Tourism Development Fund. The role and purpose of establishing the fund, Madam President, was explained, although it was, but I just want to remind the House, the Senate, that this role remains a commitment of the government. And there were a number of these outlined when we presented the bill. Fundamentally, Madam President, it is to build resilience, to deal with challenges and unexpected shocks that can come in our very vulnerable small economy. Unforeseen circumstances like natural disasters, a COVID pandemic or likes that can threaten and cripple the tourism industry overnight. These would allow us to be able to rebound a lot quicker than we have in the past if there is any major threat to the industry. Also, we have to make a clear difference between what the fund does and what the levy does. But before I go to that, another function would be to maintain our tourism infrastructure around the island. And that is a key component, because with the community tourism concept, there will be a greater demand for us to spread the tourism dollar to ensure that the infrastructure around the island that helps to maintain the standards that we want are kept up to scratch. So, Madam President, just to distinguish between the levy and this fund, the levy traditionally has been mainly focused on marketing, but the fund will really help to build resilience and to continue to ensure that the industry is more inclusive and sustainable. So there's basically a major difference between the function of the fund and the existing levy. So given all that the motion said, the conversations that we have had in the discussion on the bill, I wanted to provide us further details to lend, to shed some more light on the function of this resolution. I hope it finds support in this chamber and it provides benefits for the industry and the people who depend on it. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to establish a special fund to be known as the Tourism Development Fund for the purpose of facilitating the operations, tourism development, and tourism marketing of the Department of Tourism. Be it further resolved that A, the source and monies to be paid into the fund comprises 1. The sums allocated by Parliament, 2. Interest and penalties under Section 117 of the Tourism Development Act No. 1 of 2024, 3. The surplus tourism levy revenue under Section 119 of the Tourism Development Act No. 1 of 2024, 4. The grants received by the Department of Tourism in relation to tourism development. 5. The fees charged under the Tourism Development Act No. 1 of 2024. And 6. All other sums that may be comparable to or vested in the Department of Tourism in respect of matters incidental to its functions and powers. B. In accordance with Section 23(2) and 3 of the Act. 1. The accounting officer administering the fund shall, within a period of 1 month after the end of the financial year, prepare, sign, and submit to the Accountant General statements showing the financial position of the fund at the end of the financial year. 2. The statements under subparagraph 1 must include the following. A statement of the assets and liabilities of the fund. B, a detailed statement of receipts and payments of the fund. And C, a statement of investments and interest or dividends credited to the fund. C, Section 23(1) of the Act relating to the payment and accounting procedures applies to the fund. D, the Permanent Secretary of the Department of Tourism is the accounting officer who is responsible for administering the fund. E, the fund must be maintained unless 1. It is closed by the Minister of Finance under Section 24 of the Act, where the Minister of Finance receives a report from the Permanent Secretary of the Department of Finance to indicate that the purpose for which the fund was established has been fulfilled or no longer exists, and, in the opinion of the Minister, there is no likelihood that a purpose for which the fund could lawfully be used will arise in the future, or 2. The terms specified in this resolution for the fund has expired. Senator Fede.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to make a few comments on this motion to establish a Tourism Development Fund. Madam President, the motion suggests that the fund seeks to be relevant to the operations towards the development and the marketing of tourism. Madam President, in 2016, when the United Workers' Party administration assumed the helm of government, we met a St. Lucia Tourist Board, whose budget was $35 million. And the breakdown of their main functions were as follows. 14 million went to the Jazz Festival, 9 million went to administrative cost. And then airline support, Madam President, had eaten up $3 million US, or approximately 8 million EC. It meant that the core function of the board, which was marketing, public relations, the branding of St. Lucia, only had $1.5 million US. And that $1.5 million US had to spread across several of our main markets. The UK, the United States, Canada, which are the top 3, the Caribbean. And so even within the Caribbean, you had Trinidad, Martinique, Barbados. And so the budget of the tourist board that we met, left over by the St. Lucia Labour Party government of 2016, was malnutrition, was anemic. It was not enough, Madam President, to deal with the realities of marketing the destination. And oh, did St. Lucia underperform? Oh, did St. Lucia didn't get the commensurate results that it should have? I remember back then we was arguing that the Caribbean was profiting from a global economic situation which was very positive, and there was significant growth fast outpacing what existed in St. Lucia. And so the establishment of this levy, Madam President, is one that intrigues me, is one that I place particular reference and particular focus on. Madam President, having inherited the grim situation I've just described, it was then up to the government of the day, led by the Honorable Alan Shastney, Prime Minister at the time, and his cabinet, to then restructure the tourism industry. And we had to restructure the tourism board to become an authority, to have its own independent financing. Because let me add that what existed at the time was that tourism was getting its funding from the consolidated fund. And most of the monies came from there. And what happened, Madam President, was that tourism competed when governments were preparing for budgets. Tourism, even though it had proven that it was the main economic generator, it struggled to get the funding necessary to promote the brand and drive the brand. And what we saw, Madam President, was the need for there to be a fundamental shift. And the then United Workers' Party government responded. And we were up to the task. We were ready, Madam President. We established the St. Lucia Tourism Authority. And in establishing the St. Lucia Tourism Authority, we established its own independent funding stream, which makes up the bulk of where the funds are going to go into this fund. So establishing a fund, to me, is neither here nor there. It's one of those little things, just like accounting for the stationery. The fundamental thing is, what are the new funding sources? Where will the new money come from? And what will this government do differently to restructure the funds that are in the fund? What will this government do to make sure that the core functions of the Tourism Authority, that those functions are not going to be undermined by a bloated and oversized jazz festival, one that this government seems very bent on? So when, Madam President, you are going to spend $14 million, and we don't know what the cost of last year's jazz is, and I asked the leader of government business if he has the figure, please let the public know how much did you spend on jazz last year, where did it come from, how much of that budget from the jazz festival did actually suck the monies from the marketing of the country. And if it is $8 million you spent, did you do a report to show that you receive $8 million in media and advertising value? I put that question to the floor. Did you receive $8 million in media and advertising value when you did the Jazz Festival? And how much did you spend on the Jazz Festival? So these are very important questions, because you see, Madam President, fundamentally, the Tourism Authority's main function is to market the destination of our country. That role of development was left with the Ministry of Tourism. This is a central government body that is a little more within the ambit of the public service, where you have more time to plan and to do things on a longer term for the development of the industry. But marketing, Madam President, is a very dynamic field. It's a field, Madam President, that requires an entity to be nimble, an entity to have its own funding stream so it can respond to the challenges of the times. So for example, now, Madam President, the CTO has just released its report. And that report shows that St. Lucia is underperforming in comparison to the rest of the Caribbean. The CTO report, and I want to read from the press release put out by the CTO, and it's March 16th, 2024. Bridgetown, Barbados, March 15th, 2024. Continuing its positive recovery trend, Caribbean tourism grew in 2023 at an estimated 14.3%. In 2023, that's the CTO. That's the region. Madam President, our report in St. Lucia, Madam President, our report in St. Lucia on page 2 of the St. Lucia Tourism Authority report for 2023 shows that St. Lucia, its recovery, it grew in 2023 by 7%. It also tells us, Madam President, that on page 7 of our report, that St. Lucia in 2019 had 1.288 million visitors, while in 2023, St. Lucia has 1,036,000 visitors. So it means that we are some 250,000 visitors behind where we were in 2019. And I'm putting all the visitors together, the yachting, the cruise, and the stayover arrivals, Madam President, tells you that St. Lucia is underperforming. Why am I raising this at this time? Because it is important that when you are behind, as we are, that we need to make sure that we market the destination optimally, that we drive demand, that we go out there. We are competing with other destinations for business in the same markets. We are there and we're top of mind with airlines, that we're top of mind with investors, that we're top of mind with all of the stakeholders necessary to drive growth and to drive demand to our destination. And so, Madam President, the same press release from the CTO goes on to tell us that 11 Caribbean countries have surpassed their COVID-19 levels. 11. Those countries, for members' benefit, they include, Madam President, Anguilla, Aruba, Curacao, Dominican Republic, Grenada, Guyana, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, St. Martin, Turks and Caicos Islands, and U.S. Virgin Islands, performing better than they did in 2019, Madam President. St. Lucia has not surpassed its 2019 numbers. I showed you it's 20% behind where it is in 2019. And the government comes here and talk about tourism as if everything is all right. Yeah. And that's why the taxi drivers are complaining there are not enough trips. That's why the vendors are complaining that they're not feeling the returns from tourism. That's why, Madam President, that some in the winter season, employees within the tourism sector don't have enough hours. They are in rotation because the occupancy levels of some hotels are not optimal. They are not where they need to be. And so it is not business as usual. We see that there is a significant impact on this economy. This is the main contributing economic driver to the GDP of our country. And the facts of your own report show that we are 20% behind where we were in 2019. So the stayover, the cruise, and the yachts, Madam President, they're all behind where we should have been. So instead of us coming here and saying that we are among the 11 best destinations in the Caribbean, right? We are here, the CTO says, as one of the losers, as one of the destinations that have performed poorly within the Caribbean. But the Labour Party would like people to believe that they are doing so many things. Their distraction is about how many hotels have y'all built. Their distraction is y'all haven't built any hotel. But Madam President, I have to tell them that they are very welcome for the project going on at Point Seraphin, the Marriott Courtyard. They are very welcome, Madam President, for the project down at Galaxy in Canals, Madam President, which is under construction right now. And I remember being in this house, Madam President, and I remember they pitted Galaxy versus Range. In those days, they supported the Range development. And because this administration had brought in the Galaxy project, we went under vehement criticism from this administration. The very same Cabot, Madam President, that they went on the beach and they said, Shas don't want us to bathe on the beach. You remember that, Madam President? There was a big protest. Today, they are celebrating the same Cabot project. And so, Madam President, it is very hard to debate the SLP senators, because instead of coming with facts and coming and presenting empirical data like I'm doing now to the people of St. Lucia to show where there is need for us to improve. They get into these political arguments that solve no good towards the development of anything. So, Madam President, the CTO report told us that outbound travel from the United States increased significantly to the Caribbean, Madam President. The same report told us, Madam President, and I quote, "The recovery of global tourism has been resilient despite variability in the regional performances." According to Regis Prosper, with the Caribbean surpassing pre-pandemic arrivals, outperforming most main global regions in the world. That's what the CTO report says. Most global regions in the world were surpassed by the Caribbean because the islands, Madam President, I see the Minister of Tourism in Jamaica was saying that the new record for Jamaica is not 2019 anymore, but the new record in tourism arrivals for Jamaica is the year 2023. That's how well Jamaica is doing and driving demand, Madam President. So when I told them last year, and I sat in this house, and to a number of the government senators were very annoyed, Madam President, when I raised the fact that we had lost 13 flights a week and that this was going to have a debilitating impact on the fortunes of the destination. Nobody listened. They got into the same old political arguments, and they did not listen to the caution that the opposition continuously warned against, and that is that we had lost 13 flights a week last year. A lot of the flights to major gateways. So the Tourism Development Fund that we're debating today has a lot of work to do, has a lot of strategic spending. It has to refocus. I posit to the government side, Madam President, that a jazz festival is a good national party for you to have for your citizens, to give them free tickets. No problem. That's great. But giving away free tickets to your locals do not promote tourism. That cannot be the main tourism marketing event because, again, when you look at how much you have to exhaust, how much you have to spend on the festival, there is a point where you get to diminishing returns, and that's where the Jazz Festival has been. Madam President, we went through this. The leader of the opposition is one of the founders of the Jazz Festival, while he was Director of Tourism back in the 1980s. And so, Madam President, when the Jazz Festival was founded, it served its purpose. We had a relationship with BET, and we were on television, and we had exposure. But we have to now go back to the drawing board and ask ourselves whether we're getting the media value for the millions that we're exhausting. If you want journalists to come and to write about St. Lucia, pay an airline ticket, write them and put them up in a hotel. You don't need to have a festival to do that. Yeah? But what we are continuously doing is that we are weakening the ability to market our brand because we are addicted to this festival. We love the admiration that it brings us from local constituents that we are able to give them free tickets. And so, Madam President, this, I must tell you, while the government side may agree that politically it's popular for them to do, they continue to impair the ability of the marketing fund of the destination. And if this is going to work, Madam President, if this fund is going to be effective, if we're going to replace the very, very weak performance, and I didn't put this together, your government did. If we're going to replace the dismal failure of 2023, if we're going to replace it with success, then the fund must be managed properly. We've already set a good foundation for you. We went and we put on an independent tax, which is the tourism levy. That's what that is. And the tourism levy, Madam President, we saw record numbers going into the tourism authority when the United Workers' Party government had the foresight to say, look, for tourism, what we will do is we will charge the tourists who are coming to the country, we will levy a tax on them so that they can pay towards the marketing of the destination. We had the very same thing as it relates to the development of the airport development fee. I mean, my colleague here in cabinet would remember that departure taxes were $25 US. And what we did, Madam President, we had instituted an airport development charge, which went into a lockbox, and the lockbox is still there. The Labour Party people like to falsely tell the public, where is the lockbox? But of course, you're still collecting the money. You are in government, it's going into the treasury. The airport development tax is still being charged on tourists coming to the country. And that is how it is. So we allocated $35 that went towards SLASPA. It's a dedicated fund, Madam President, that goes towards the building and development of our airport into a state-of-the-art facility. Into a facility, Madam President, that makes us competitive, that gives our country pride, that gives us dignity, that takes St. Lucia to the next level, Madam President, that modernized the operations of tourism in our country. It was an airport, Madam President, that's designed for the future, that's going to move from the present one, designed for 400,000 passengers, to allow us to now facilitate 1 million passengers a year. And that was the foresight in driving our demand, everything about tourism planning. Why did we do that? Because, Madam President, we understood that for community tourism and village tourism to work, we need people to patronize our local establishments. So you have to get this right first. You must get the arrivals done first. If you don't get the marketing right, if you don't build the demand for people to come to the destination, then, Madam President, what's going to happen is that there'll be no business for the CMOS project that they came and presented for in, I think it was in Prale, that we're going to have this CMOS experience. The only new thing I've seen on village tourism, apart from changing the name, Madam President, if this CMOS project that my worthy opponents on the other side, they have come and they have said, oh boy, we're doing this CMOS experience. If that is going to work, then we need business. We need to bring in the business so that we don't have our local people fighting for limited business, but we have enough business so that everybody can get business. And that we can now create new business for more small businesses to get involved. So that we can rise occupancy levels in Airbnbs, that we can create more taxi trips for the taxi drivers, some of them pegging, and sometimes in the high season, without a trip for that day. And we must understand that these people have loans to pay like everybody else. They have their bills to pay. I mean, I was very intrigued by a particular taxi driver who said to me that, taxi drivers very often play hide and seek with the banks, because when the banks are trying to find them and things are sometimes very, very slow on the taxi pegs of this country, is that they've got to, duck from phone calls from the bank when they see a certain number. They choose not to answer because it is very, very tough for the people out there. So giving a taxi plate is just the beginning. How do we sustain that taxi business? How do we sustain a vending license that we give to someone who is on the beach vending chairs? Is the big question. How do we sustain someone who is working at the volcano in Soufrière as a tour guide? How do we cause that person to get work every day? And in the case of someone who's a tour guide with some of our cruise companies, that individual is going to work based on their hours. And when the cruise ships disappear 6 months a year, what becomes the livelihood and the earning power of that tour guide? I know tour guides, for example, who wouldn't qualify to get loans at the bank because of the inconsistency of their income. And so we have to replace that scenario by making sure that we have year-round business in the country. And that is why we're so passionate about this, because this, Madam President, goes to the very heart of several stakeholders within the industry who are struggling to make ends meet. I mean, I speak to people who are in the boat business, a lot of small boat operators. And the reason why I'm taking the time to debate the effectiveness of this fund, to make sure that the monies that are going into the fund are spent appropriately and effectively. It's because if you speak to a boat operator, he's got his public liability insurance. And in a lot of cases, Madam President, to trade with the industry before a hotel or a cruise ship starts to buy your tours, you need to have $2 million in $2 million US dollars, over $5 million in public liability coverage. You then need to get licenses with SLASPA, for example. You need to get a vending license from NCA. So all of these costs accumulate, and all of these overheads. Then there's the fuel cost, then there's the cost of staff that accumulates and makes it very, 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 very difficult for small businesses to survive in this industry and to make ends meet. So if we are not doing our jobs to make sure that the Tourism Development Fund execute the function of marketing properly, then, Madam President, I would say we would be doing a tremendous disservice to many stakeholders in the country. And so last year was not a good year by any measure. Not at all. I am intrigued to hear what the leader of government business is going to say, Madam President. And I hope that when he speaks, that he also has furnished himself with a copy of the report that comes from his department, because I will not accept, Madam President, anything less from him in his rebuttal, because he is exactly in that department and should be in the know in terms of how badly we have done and how much more we need to catch up on. 250 visitors behind 2019 is not where we need to be in the best interest of all of our stakeholders. I debate this passionately because I'm on the ground. People talk to me all the time, and I feel their pain. I understand what they're going through. And so we must not accept this. While Aruba, while Guyana, while Jamaica, and all of these countries, Anguilla, are surpassing us, surpass their COVID-19. They're back. They're pre-COVID numbers. Madam President, as we debate this fund today, and the fund deals with the marketing, the operations, and the product development of the industry, I want to say that it's crucial, Madam President, very crucial, that we differentiate what is meant by surplus funds. How do you determine what is the methodology being used? What is surplus funds? What ratios? What is that? What is surplus funds? How are you figuring this out? I would love to know what that means. Previously, the Tourism Authority was allowed to keep their 100% of their funds. And Madam President, I can tell you that in those COVID recovery years, they haven't been able to make budget from what they have been able to pick up, because we're in the recovery phase. And don't forget that this is contingent on the number of arrivals that are coming in. So people that are paying staying at hotels are going to pay a certain fee. This government has just changed it to a percentage on a nightly basis. So we want to make sure, Madam President, that what is the ratio? Who decides? Is it the minister by himself? Now, one of the reasons why in the previous dispensation, we tried our best to avoid a policy directorate, a politician, a member of parliament from making the decision by him or herself. Because, Madam President, that leaves it to chance that that person is going to make the right decision. But what we did is that we broadened the decision-making process by allowing more people, as in the board of the St. Lucia Tourism Authority, to make the decision as to what is going to happen to the funds. Of course, in consultation with the minister. But the board had a certain level of power to determine what they're going to do exclusively with their funds. And that would be in consultation with private groups like SLHTA, and of course the Ministry of Tourism. We had established the Tourism Advisory Committee, which brought together, Madam President, a cross-section of professionals within the civil service. Because what we saw then was we appreciated that every single government department, that they had a role to play in the development of the tourism industry. And no longer could tourism just operate within the silo of the Ministry of Tourism alone, but it had to operate out of a whole comprehensive construct of decision making, getting a multitude of private and public sector institutions involved within the decision-making process, whether it's on product development, whether it's on marketing, whether it's on research, or whether it's to build resilience. And so, Madam President, this is crucial. But there are also some very important details that are missing. What are we? What methodology are we going to use to make sure that the levy is actually what is meant by surplus funds, and who get to determine what the surplus funds are? Madam President, it doesn't make very good reading.
Senator, you have 15 minutes to complete your presentation.
Problem. Thank you, Madam President. It doesn't make good reading. This government seems desperate, Madam President. You know, the new thing now is that they're going to Venezuela to look for tourists. And I watched that and I said to myself, wow, in all of my years within the tourism industry, I have never seen, not George Mallet, not Romanus Lancico, not Philip J. Pierre, as ministers of tourism, ever talk about Venezuela as one of the priority markets, or as one of the markets that's a low-hanging fruit. We can't even grow arrivals from the US. We can't even get our share from the UK. There's work to be done. We are not even maximizing. There's trouble in the Caribbean. We are underperforming in Canada. You're going to tell me you're going to Venezuela? How do you get there? How do you get to Venezuela? How does tourism get to Venezuela? I mean, the hub for Latin America has always been Panama. All of the flights from Copa and all the airlines that are coming out of South America, Madam President, the major hub is Panama. And all of the destinations that have been and explored Brazil, not all of South America, Brazil and Argentina. Brazil, because of the fact that it's a BRIC country, and they saw during the 2010s, Madam President, that the emergence of the BRIC economies showed that there was tremendous potential in Brazil for us to grow and diversify our markets. But diversification must be done very strategically. Madam President, we have not even begun to maximize the opportunities that exist on the northeastern US floor. That's the market where we get the best rates, Madam President. That's the market that we should be going after strategically. Because Madam President, and I hear the Senator say, think outside the box. You think outside the box when it is good to be outside. You don't go to a country that is struggling to go and say that there's potential there. I mean, come on. Where do you go there? Where do you go? You have to be strategic. The US arrivals, we can work on it to get a lot more. When you have a tourist coming from certain markets, I mean, look, even Canada and the UK that have been well-established markets are markets that I would say that are price-sensitive markets. But the US market is a crucial market for St. Lucia and the rest of the Caribbean. And there's a strategy why tourism professionals make sure that they lead off in the US market. And extra inventory is then targeted at the other two, which is Canada and the UK. Because you get more money from the US. And if you don't believe me, go to the hotels and ask the staff, where do they get the highest tips from? The United States visitors. That's just the trend, that's the science. So when you're going to tell me that you're going to Venezuela, it tells me either two things. You are desperate or you don't know what you're doing. I believe it's both in your case. You don't know, they don't know what they're doing, Madam President, and they're desperate. There's so much potential in France, in Europe, connecting our destination, Madam President, with, for example, markets like France, coming through the French Antilles. Today, St. Lucia is in trouble without connectivity to its main Caribbean market, which is Martinique. No connectivity by air. And that is the urgent problem that we need to fix. You're going to tell me you're going to Venezuela, you're going to leave Martinique, and you're off to Venezuela? Do you know how much money it requires to build a new route, to build connectivity with a new destination? Do you know how many millions of US dollars you need to advertise? I mean, you guys, come on. So this really, excuse me, sorry about that, Mr. President, honorable senators, come on. I didn't realize it was this bad. I'm beginning to really worry now about the future of our industry. Because when you're telling me you're going to go South America, I mean, look at this, Mr. President, look at this. I mean, this is shameful. What is this? Venezuela? Come on. So, Mr. President, this doesn't make me happy to say, but it's embarrassing. This is really embarrassing because there's so many other problems. There's so many other markets that we need to revive. And you mean to tell me that Venezuela is where we're focusing on now? No, we cannot do that. We have to. Venezuela could never burn me. Venezuela will only burn me because I cry for my country. I cry for the future of my country. This one, the land of my father's birth. This one right here, right? And so I weep because I see an industry that I have devoted so much of my time in, that a clueless government is now on the brink of wrecking that industry. And that's why I'm here making sure that I make these points, because the government clearly, the empirical evidence is in your face to show you that you have failed. In 2023, you are 250,000 visitors behind where you were in 2019. That is 20% less than where you were. And you want now the opposition to give you an A grade for what is clearly an F grade. You have failed. So we cannot go forward. You have failed the taxi drivers. You have failed the vendors. You have failed the beach vending guy. the tour attractions people, you have failed them with rhetoric. Words alone cannot solve the problems that exist today. Words alone cannot do it. You must have the corresponding work behind it. And I don't care how many words, how many times you tell the people you care about them, your actions say something totally different. Because if you did care about the people, there's nowhere in the world that you would ever support a report like this. It is supposed to be a major crisis that your number one industry is underperforming this badly, while all your neighboring islands are showing you that, hey, we have surpassed 2019. We are not making excuses. They have the same problems that you have with Liat. You can't make Liat as an excuse anymore. Anguilla has the same connectivity problems with Liat. Aruba has the same connectivity problems Guyana does. And Grenada, an OECS country, which has surpassed its COVID-19 numbers. You can't make those excuses anymore. It's time to get to work, and serious work. Stop parading. The charade must discontinue right now. Because if it doesn't, we are going to miss out greatly. Last year,
Senator, you have 5 minutes.
yeah, last year in the summer, we had an award this year which showed that St. Lucia, for the 14th or 15th time, is the world's leading honeymoon destination, Mr. President. And I love it. But guess what, Mr. President? This has happened 14 times before. So nobody can get a pat in the back, right? You know why? You know why? Because in the honeymoon season, which is from the spring to the summer, April to August, yeah? The honeymooners of the world cannot get to the world's leading honeymoon destination because the world's leading honeymoon destination has not organized itself sufficiently to have the flights to get them here. Cannot do it. They cannot do it. And so what we see then, Madam President, sorry, Mr. President, I'm so sorry about that, is that with a lack of airlift, people couldn't get to the world's leading honeymoon destination. What a wasted effort. What a wasted effort. And while we complain that we have lost 13 flights a week, they said, oh boy, Liat was the problem. Liat is the problem. But now CTU has shown you that other countries have grown despite that. And I don't care whether you guys are the senators opposite, sorry, Mr. President, are upset with the fact that we always keep talking about the numbers, because the numbers are important. They are a guide. They are a guide, Mr. President, as to how well the small businesses are going to do. They are a guide as to how well we are doing. They are a guide as to point to us as to where we need to invest. A jazz festival clearly cannot solve this. The experts within the industry have already shown you that paying millions of dollars and bringing in rejected artists who wouldn't get a stage somewhere else in the world is not a development strategy, Mr. President. These days, everybody wants to go to Burna Boy. Yeah, the Burna Boy show is where all the young people are going. Yeah? And so this thing about having jazz, I mean, some of the people I see on the lineup this year are people who, my father who's deceased, right, would have been listening to. The young people are not interested in that. So what I'm saying to you, Mr. President, is that jazz is eating away at the marketing capacity of the country, and it is time to do a rebound change. Which is why, while we were there, we scaled it back completely, because spending 14 million, as the Labour Party did in 2016, was not a good investment of the people's money. That represents a failure to taxi drivers and to everyone else. Mr. President, I want to thank you very, very much for your time and for allowing me to make these points as a submission to the House. I thank you.
Senator Antoine Prosper.
Mr. President, allow me, first of all, to join my colleagues in wishing Senator Aziz a speedy recovery. Mr. President, I stand to support the authorization for the Minister of Finance to establish a special fund to be known as the Tourism Development Fund for the purpose of facilitating the operations, tourism development, and tourism marketing of the Department of Tourism. Mr. President, we all know that tourism is the mainstay of our economy. And I really expected the leader of opposition business to stand in solidarity with such a move by the government of St. Lucia and the Ministry of Tourism. Mr. President, this resolution seeks to improve the marketing of the Department of Tourism. It is consistent and sustainable source of funding for its operations. Mr. President, we know very well that we are prone to the adverse conditions, weather conditions in St. Lucia. We know what happens after a hurricane. We know what happens after a trough. We know the damage to the infrastructure in St. Lucia. And we know what tourism operators have to suffer to bounce back after such adverse weather conditions. And therefore, I would have expected the leader of opposition business to be supportive of hoteliers, to be supportive of the small businesses in the tourism industry, and stand in full support of them as somebody who claims that he is supporting the tourism product. Mr. President, this resolution authorizes the flexibility in financing different aspects of tourism development and marketing to its priorities and its needs. Mr. President, we want to improve the visitor experience. So we want to invest in initiatives that help to improve the tourism product. We want to improve the growth of the sector. And this morning I was appalled when I heard the senator talking about jazz festival and free tickets for locals. Mr. President, Soleil has gone underwater. Bakushe is sink. Underwater, it's sink. And people got so many free tickets for Soleil that to this day, people are using Soleil tickets for bookmarks. Oh my God. To this day. In fact, this morning I had a conversation with somebody who still has bookmarks that were made out of Soleil tickets. Wow. So Soleil was a failed initiative. And if the senator is not aware, all online tickets for jazz are sold out. completely sold out. And these are not, there's no freeness in that. There's no freeness in the online ticket. They are sold out. So get your facts, Mr. Senator. Get your facts straight.
How many you gave last year?
Get your facts straight. I said there are still people with Soleil tickets, free Soleil tickets, and they use as bookmarks. People didn't even want that because the activities were not anything that people were interested in going to. People didn't even want to go. Mr. President, you go around the world and everybody wants to come to St. Lucia. St. Lucia is well advertised by this Ministry of Tourism. Everybody wants to come to St. Lucia. You talk about just tickets and the afflict that they wanted to take the 150 US from is for the advertising St. Lucia. Julian Alfred, yes, Julian Alfred is promoting St. Lucia, and your government didn't want the Minister of Sports at the time to give her 150 US dollars just to buy pads. Shame. That is the truth and the whole truth. Mr. President, the leader of opposition business referred to what the tourism minister said, and I'll read the excerpt. Minister of Tourism and Creative Industries, Dr. Ernest Hille, feels there are prospects for St. Lucia as a sub-regional state to develop bilateral trading and air travel arrangements with South American countries. Last November, St. Lucia and Venezuela began talks to facilitate a flight schedule between the two countries. Speaking to reporters recently on flight prospects between St. Lucia and Venezuela, the tourism minister said the commencement of the flight has been delayed due to some preparatory work required before the flights come in. The flight out of Caracas has to be a feeder flight for us, Dr. Hille told reporters at a recent press briefing. So you cannot say that we have, how are they going to get money? We know how to get the money. We are getting it right. It has to bring in persons from Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, and Chile into Caracas, and then for Caracas flights to St. Lucia to really make it meaningful as we want it to be, he explained. So a lot of work is going on now to actually make sure all the feeders are in place. Currently, the minister said there is a team in Colombia at Roots Americas where they will discuss the matter with airline representatives. He knows, but he prefers to hide it and say what he wants. It is written there. So don't try to make the public believe that we are trying to go to Venezuela to look for people under the bush to take to St. Lucia.
Exactly.
Pas ferme, Jean Saint-Lucie quoi? C'est un bawaze Venezuela nous ka chercher moun pour mener Saint-Lucie. Nous avons fait préparation. Nous avons fait collaboration avec les autres pays Sud-Amérique. Parce que Sevel gouvernement le ba pa piti, nous ni grand Sevel. Nous ka wè plus loin passer dernier gouvernement. Nous pas ka restrict nous pour yon seul place à la terre. Actuellement, là nous chay mouvement en Sud-Amérique. On chay bay kale. Avec nous pas supposé qu'à empêcher qu'on nous ni relation avec les autres pays pour venir Saint-Lucie. Nous pas ça obligé restrict nous pour Amérique avec Canada tout seul. Moi toujours changer papa moi ka dit même si on est une femme ou ka planter figue ou pas ni pour dépenser l'argent figue là tout seul. Les femmes nan guyave ou ka vendre guyave là ou ka vendre siwet là ou ka vendre mango ou ka vendre coco avec tout ça l'argent qu'a semblé. So nous pas ça dépend aller en Amérique avec Canada tout seul. Si on va arriver en Amérique, touristes du bout de vini. So nous ka chercher l'autre côté avec Philippe honorable Philippe Diepierre toujours dit nous ka chercher l'autre place nous pas tenir relation avec avant pour établir relation avec cette ici. Avec c'est ça nous ka fait. C'est ça nous pour mettre Saint-Lucien nous ka fait. C'est ça nous ka fait. So nous pas vle moun venir ici et try di Jean Saint-Lucien bagay qui pas vrai. Si vous ka li dans article li article là. Lui ouais, whole bagay pas pour choix dans c'est même conseil moun qui ka dans Bible là et que ka prend un morceau et que pas prend contexte. Ouais, yo pas ka prend contexte. Ek di moun qui ça qui ka fait là.
You didn't. You're not doing anything.
Mr. President, we have faith and we move with faith. Nous paniquons, non, l'année ça qui tenait go faith à dans cheval. You tenait go faith à dans cheval et horse racing dying spots en Caribbean. Un sport qui est mort. Zot wapé zo kay lever cheval Saint-Lucie. Oui, ou kay lever cheval Saint-Lucie, ça pas ka faire pièce science avec ouais ça il kay mort. Barbade, Trinidad, coup cheval ka mort. Nous ka mener coup cheval Saint-Lucie. C'est ça c'est perdre du temps. Mr. President, we have to be true to ourselves. Even if it is somebody else who is doing something and it's good, we must admit that it is good. So we do not have to dodge and talk about people who are dodging the bank for their vehicle. Everybody struggled after COVID. Some people have not recovered. And we are very much aware of that. There are some people, maybe some inside of here who are dodging child support. They don't pick up their phone. So we have to. No, we don't mention people's names inside. People still dodge. Some people have lost their homes. Some people have. I mean, these are the effects of COVID. These are the effects of COVID. You know, there are some people who lost both parents of children lost their jobs. But we are. This is why this government has all the social network to try to assist people so that people can bounce back. Well, I don't know if he put Coco out. He jumped on me so quickly. I was ready to take cover. When he's asking who, I don't know if the police has a warrant for anybody inside. But again, Mr. President, I wish to support this resolution that is going to essentially help our tourism industry, to help St. Lucia to continue to thrive. I thank you.
Senator Tusa Shari.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, just a short intervention as it relates to the motion before us. But before I delve into the motion, Mr. Deputy President, I sat across the table a few minutes ago and I felt all of us have been students, some of us still students, You know, when you have these classes that you keep watching the time for the bell to ring until it's lunchtime or break time, I had a bit of deja vu just a little while ago. Mr. Deputy President, before I delve into my short intervention on the motion, let me, like some of my colleagues before me, extend get well greetings to Senator Aziz. He has been missed in the chamber. I know, Mr. Deputy President, you're probably sitting there for a few sittings now, alone. We know we keep cheering you on, giving you the support, but I know it must be very different sitting there without your other independent senator. Mr. Deputy President, I also want to take the opportunity to thank my colleagues around the table and other persons who lent their support to me and my family during the last few weeks and days, Mr. Deputy President, whilst we put our family's matriarch to rest a few days ago. It has indeed been a very trying time. I know Senator, leader of government business, can attest to that we sort of had a bit of a marathon in the last few days in the constituency of Mihoud South, because we did have to put a few persons, very close family-related persons, to rest over the last few days. And it had been quite a bit, but we thank those who whether in word, whether in their presence, whether in their prayers, lend some level of support to the family. We are eternally grateful. Mr. Deputy President, when I received the documents in preparation for today's seating, the motion that we're dealing with, it read that it is that Parliament authorizes the Ministry of Finance to establish a special fund to be known as the Tourism Development Fund for the purpose of facilitating the operations, tourism development, and tourism marketing of the Department of Tourism. And so, Mr. Deputy President, we would assume then that the government of St. Lucia, through the Department of Tourism, the Ministry of Tourism, has determined that there is a need to do more within the tourism sector, within the tourism ministry, to get more out of a sector and an industry that contributes so much to the GDP of this country. But whilst I sat here, Madam President, listening to the leader of opposition business in his deliberation on the motion, it had me asking myself whether I was in the wrong space at the wrong time. Because the member said many things that, to me, did not address the fact that the Tourism Development Fund that is being established, the purpose is to facilitate tourism marketing as one of the things. But we heard him say, we need to market. Of course we need to market, but it's there. That's why we're establishing the fund. One of the items identified specifically was tourism marketing of the Department of Tourism. So why do we come here making it look as if the government does not know, the government is not aware that we need to do greater marketing? The document itself speaks to it. I mean, I know in the past he has determined to establish his own self-title of a tourism guru. But without the tourism guru standing here and attempting to debate a motion, the government has already established that there is need for greater tourism marketing. This is the reason we are here. So I do not think we needed to sit through a lecture on the need to market tourism because we've not gotten back to the pre-COVID numbers and so on. We know that's why we are establishing a tourism development fund, the purpose of which one of them is for tourism marketing. Madam President, my colleague before me did address the matter that the member raised regarding the flights to establishing relations and flights with South America. And he urged the member who went before me, Senator Pauline Antoine, to read the whole article. I mean, if she's taking any cue from him, then definitely we know we're being misled, because he's not whatever he's urging her to do, it is not what he does. But maybe I can go a little further into the article. The minister says that our prospects of entering into trade partnerships with South America, that South America is a source market that we are looking to develop, and that's why the flight from Venezuela is important, because once we get all the feeder lines to come into Caracas and then from Caracas to St. Lucia, it'll be a tremendous boost for us for South America. He said there is scope for flights to be extended even to as far as Panama. Do you need me to go on, Madam President? Does the leader of opposition business need me to go on? Because he urged my colleague to read more from the article. I'm reading more from the article, and to me, the more I read the article, it's the more information it's giving us on the plan to go into that market. It's not myopic. It is not myopic. We live in a world where we're closer, Madam President. And so if we are opening ties and establishing trade ties and all kind of other ties with other parts of the world, Madam President, then what about it is bad? What about it is bad? Madam President, my colleague before me used the term, and I want to use a similar one. Moi leve, Madam President, ek moi apon, ou baka mette tout zéo, adan yon panyen. Because si panyen tombe, all fall down, tout bagay kase. That's what we've learned. And so, Madam President, in my mind, this is similar to all the talks we got, and the Prime Minister Honorable Philip J. Pierre got, when the announcement was made that we had turned to Saudi Arabia for funds to finish the St. Jude's Hospital. It took them by storm, Madam President. It took them by storm. And up to now, they've not been able to bounce back from that. They've not been able to recover from that blow. And this is similar in nature, because every move that this government has made to improve the lives and the condition under we live in this country, Madam President, it's met with stark opposition because they are afraid of the end results, Madam President.
That's right.
They are afraid of the end results of a working government, Madam President. Madam President, I am not going to stand up here and speak to the benefits of tourism to our country, our small island. We know the benefits of tourism. We've been since we turned over from bananas being our main export commodity, our main revenue earner, we diversified into tourism, and we know the benefits of the tourism industry. But what has also been established, Madam President, and I do not need to be a tourism guru to say that, Madam President, what we've also established is that the tourism sector is a very susceptible sector, Madam President. The evidence is there. Whether it is natural disasters, whether it is health pandemics, it is very susceptible. And in a blink of an eye, so much can change. And so, Madam President, the ability of a country to be able to widen its scope as it relates to tourism, the ability of a country to be able to widen its reach, Madam President, that will augur well for the country, Madam President. Because the wider our base is, not being at the point where you're stretching yourself too thin, but wide enough to be able to maneuver, Madam President, in my opinion, and I'm pretty sure many persons out there listening, many persons in here will agree, is a good thing for the country, Madam President. Madam President, whilst we speak of declining numbers in tourism, and again I've established that I'm not a tourism guru, so I will not argue it, Madam President. It says that something is happening in this country that is good.
Of course.
Whilst the member opposite, the leader of opposition business, spoke about the award for best honeymoon destination, and he said we've received it 14 years in a row. He's correct, we've received it 14 years in a row. But he did not read the whole article, Madam President, because what he failed to do is to tell the people of this country that St. Lucia has been nominated this time around in 14 other categories, Madam President. 14 other categories, Madam President. Caribbean leading adventure tourism destination, Caribbean's leading cruise destination, Caribbean's leading destination, Caribbean leading luxury island destination, and I can go on, Madam President.
Smoke it.
Something is happening that is good. Abay ka fete bay la bon, Madam President. Because 14 times in a row, 14 temps à the temps passé, nous sa di nou how we souvoué award pour best honeymoon destination.
That's right.
Ek mam lan di sa. Mais ça, même la pas déjà cette ici, Madame Président. C'est même les mots 14 ça là. En 2024, cette ici, j'ai joué nominé pour 14 différentes catégories en bagaille tourisme là. Et ça pas tout, Madame Président. Il y a l'autre catégorie, nous also destination à garder encore. You can garder leading all-inclusive resort, leading beach resort, leading car rental company. Madame President, ça means a bagay ka fet ki bon. And so when the member opposite stands on his feet with the self-given proclamation of a tourism guru, he needs to speak the truth to the people of St. Lucia, Madam President. He needs to speak the truth to the people of St. Lucia. Madam President, I sat across here and I heard the members speak about the jazz festival. The jazz festival and free tickets, Madam President. It would be really interesting to see the numbers. And he normally comes with numbers. And he comes with numbers when the numbers seem to fit his narrative. But it'd be interesting as well, Madam President, for him to show us the numbers. For him to show us the soleil levé, soleil couché numbers, Madam President, as compared to the jazz festival numbers, especially in terms of free tickets. Because if you were to simply take what the leader of opposition business said there, you'd assume, Madam President, that it's only this administration in the history of St. Lucia Jazz Festival that has given free tickets. I would really love to see the numbers, Madam President. And he spoke about
I didn't get it.
Artists that have made their time and so on, and the young people do not want to go and listen to it. As far as I'm concerned, at every juncture in my life, when you look at a lineup of St. Lucia Jazz Festival, there is something in it for all categories.
Exactly.
Unless he's suggesting that we rebrand it to Young People Festival. It's not Young People Festival. So, me anti-bayan dans la jeunesse, Madame Président. Mais ou bien anti-bayan dans aussi pour ces mouna qui pli gouan.
Oui.
Madame Président, les unions ban qu'on kassav l'année passée qui vini. Et c'est mouna qui pli gouan de les rôles commettants yo pas aller pièce côté. Et yo t'en kassav, Madame Président. Madame Président, ti pied yo ka move.
Mais oui.
It's not a young people festival, it's a jazz festival. So you put something in it for the young, something in it for the older persons, Madam President. Again, it speaks to the myopia that exists on the other side, Madam President.
Yes.
That's what it speaks to, in my opinion. And we speak of Burna Boy. Yes, there is a category of people, a particular demographics that Burna Boy may be their thing, Madam President. Madam President, did we see the numbers at the what was it, the gospel aspect of Kingdom Night? Madam President, there are some of us who have a source, you know. There are some of us who our gospel music is what brings us inspiration. And so persons were, I know, I'm pretty sure that was appealing to the member opposite, Madam President, as a former, as a preacher, a former pastor, an individual who perhaps established a church or whatnot. I'm pretty sure Kingdom Night, he could have encouraged a few of his you know, his church people or to go to Kingdom Night. Yeah. So that it means there is something in it for everybody.
We have another one.
There is something in it for everybody, Madam President. That's what the St. Lucia Jazz Festival is about. So, Madam President, I did say a very short intervention. And so, as I end, I want to state my approval. I want to state that I agree with what we're doing in the tourism industry. It is evolving, it is ever evolving, Madam President, and we have to stay on top of our game. We have to stay afoot, Madam President, and we have to try to find new measures and new strategies to ensure that we remain relevant within the sector, Madam President. And so I show my unwavering support for the motion, and I do look forward to, Madam President, the new developments, the new marketing strategies, and we have seen a few, Madam President. I remember in the beginning of this government's term, we had the voice of the industry. Help me, Minister in the Ministry of Tourism. So we have seen some new developments within the sector, obviously, to make it more relevant, because as the world is moving, we have to move with the world, Madam President. And so I support the motion, and I look forward to the new initiatives or the added initiatives that will be able to be facilitated under the establishment of a tourism development fund. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, just a few words on this on this motion. I mean, the motion itself is unobjectionable. It is merely seeking to create a fund for depositing the various sums, and it allocates, or it identifies, where those resources are going to come from. The real issue then will be in what exactly are these funds going to be used for when they are obtained. I've heard arguments on both sides, and I think, to be honest, to a large extent, persons are arguing the same thing, that I think we all recognize that there's a need for marketing, so I'm not really going to go there. I want to focus rather on the development aspects of tourism. I think there's need for us to approach tourism as a holistic thing. And when I say that, I mean ensuring that all aspects or all sectors of the industry are already coordinated and working together. And in addition to that, that society as a whole understands its role in the tourism industry, and perhaps the tourism industry understands as well the impact that it can have or does have on society as a whole. Two areas in particular stand out to me in terms of areas that need urgent attention. One, obviously, is the airlift situation. I think in all the statistics that have been quoted, strangely enough or oddly enough, my colleague senator did not mention the statistics with regard to the Caribbean market. Because whereas there's been significant recovery in the US market, significant recovery in the Canadian market, or in fact, growth in the Canadian market, and significant recovery in the UK market, the Caribbean market is still languishing way behind its 2019 numbers. And a large aspect of that is not any lack of knowledge, any lack of marketing, any lack of demand, but quite simply people just can't get here. He did mention that there's no airlift to Martinique, and that is galling, to be quite frank. There's very limited airlift into Barbados, Trinidad, Antigua, any of our regular and our normal source markets from the Caribbean. And I've always made the point in any discussion I've had with any tourism participant that the value of the Caribbean market in particular is that they spend money locally. They are our friends, they are our neighbors, they are our family. When they come into the country, they are the ones who will go into all aspects of the countryside and patronize our local bars. They'll patronize our markets. They will patronize our local restaurants. I noticed there's the impact, or the intention with village tourism to basically move what our Caribbean neighbors do and encourage all our tourists to do it. But really and truly, these are the progenitors of village tourism. These are the persons who find themselves in our communities and make the most of their experience in St. Lucia. So we need, as part of our development, to ensure that we do and take whatever steps are necessary to improve regional airlift. The other aspect is in terms of our independent restaurants. I think that is a sector that has been suffering for a little while. When you go on the strip where most of our independent restaurants are located, a few are very well patronized, some are not. So there's a need to drive demand for them. There's also the need to increase the variety of foods that are available and being sold. I was very pleasantly surprised on a recent trip to Trinidad, for example, at the breadth of the food options that are available to you, and similarly in Barbados. Barbados is more so in terms of the fine dining aspects of things. You have a multitude of options to choose from. I find that is quite lacking here, and it's something that we need to address urgently. I know, as I said, part of it is obviously that the demand sometimes is lacking, and so we need to make sure we drive demand to these independent restaurants, but we need to encourage and increase in the culinary options that are available in the restaurant sector. I also want to sort of just sound a little bit of a warning note. As I said, I think part of it is ensuring that we understand our role as the general community in tourism, but also I think the tourism sector needs to understand the impact that it has on the community as a whole. I know much has been made recently of user conflicts along the West Coast, and that is a growing concern. But I also have concerns, for example, when I go to the beach myself as a local resident, and you find the entire beach is covered by chairs and umbrellas. I understand the need, obviously, to accommodate our guests and to make them feel comfortable, but it has a thank you for that. Yes, it creates that sort of feeling that you no longer belong somehow, that you don't have the access that you had to have or used to have, and it's quite disconcerting. And so, as a resident, I think we need to find a way again of balancing the needs of the various sectors and the various persons who use our beaches and use our tourism resources generally. Perhaps I can encourage the development of or the enhancement of the facilities at the various beaches as well, so that you have toilet facilities, you have water, you have electricity if possible at various places, to make the beach experience, or elevate the beach experience, I should say. So both for tourists and locals. I know I've heard that the intention, for example, with the extreme end of Redwi Beach, where it joins Montpimad, is to have a beach park developed there. And if that comes to fruition, I'd really appreciate that. But I think VG Beach needs it. Shock Beach needs it. Marisil Beach, I dare say, needs it as well. So the few beaches that we have that are readily accessible to the public need to be protected and need to be enhanced so that persons can better enjoy their recreation time at those places. So with that, as I said, the motion itself is largely unobjectionable. What we need to do is make sure that going forward, we have increased consultation with as many stakeholders as possible, not just persons directly involved in tourism, but in other aspects as well, and to ensure that we drive airlift, particularly Caribbean airlift, and help support our independent restaurants some. Thank you, Madam President.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to, as usual, provide clarity and response to the issues raised pertaining to this motion. I will again respond first to some of the issues that were raised from the independent senator, and I must say that sometimes he would make comments that perhaps are not or sound give support to some of what the opposition may have mentioned, but in no way irresponsible. And I think it is healthy that sometimes these comments help to keep the government in check and to have us to reflect. For example, he mentioned the issue of the use of the funds and raised the issue of the Caribbean market. And the Caribbean market is really a concern for us. It is true. Given the number of persons who form the percentage of our arrivals that come from the Caribbean market, we have recognized that there is a need to improve our numbers there. So I will agree that there is a lot of work to be done there. But I also want to alert the Senate as to why, some of the reasons why regional travel has become such a major issue, not only in St. Lucia, for the entire region. We saw last year during the carnival season, normally you have an influx of people from Trinidad, from the French Antilles, and a number of other Caribbean countries really having difficulty in getting here, and the route sometimes becomes so frustrating that people rather just leave. leave it alone. But Madam President, I want us to recognize that this thing didn't happen just so you know. One of the major reasons why our Caribbean market is suffering as it is now is because of the absence of LIAT. That is a fact. While LIAT had its issues, they had all kinds of acronyms for LIAT. It was not profitable, blah, blah, blah. But LIAT solved a lot of these issues that we had with Caribbean travel. Others have tried, but they have not been able to give the kind of service that LIAT offered. And I want to remind the leader of opposition business, while I'm on LIAT, that his prime minister, the former minister for tourism under his watch, had nothing to do with LIAT. In fact, American Eagle, was it? Seemed to have been the preferred option, you know? And LIAT was not, in fact, even in his last stint as prime minister, had all kinds of things to say about LIAT, undermining the regional air travel that it provides. When regional governments understood that it was not really about profit, but it was about the need for the service that LIAT provided. You see, Madam President, when we look at everything along the lines of profitability, we lose focus on what the purpose of this thing was. Just like the issue about the cost of student tuition at Sir Arthur Lewis, about not profitable. You're talking about the education of the people of this country, and you want to use a figure to put a value on the investment in education. The investment in LIAT, Madam President, was a very important investment. And when we lost LIAT, our regional travel capacity suffered. So I will agree that there is an issue, and I want to mention briefly that very soon, very, very soon, for the benefit of the independent senator, and I hope the opposition is paying attention, very, very soon, there will be announcements made with regard to improved airlift and routes in the Caribbean for regional travel. I'm not going to say much more on that. I'll leave that for the Minister for Tourism to announce at the appropriate time. But I'll say again, very, very soon we will hear announcements for improvements in the routes and regional travel for St. Lucia and the rest of the region. Madam President, another issue that was raised was the issue of culinary options, which is true. Again, we would have liked to see that there are a lot more opportunities there. But I want to say that this is the reason why we are incentivizing the small-scale tourism service providers. That is why we have the community tourism project going on. And so what it does is that it gives opportunity for more people to participate, set the standards, and improve the quality of the product that is provided. So I take these observations well, and I think there is reason for us to invest more. The idea of the beach chairs and the observations that the senator made about the use of the beach and the overcrowding, so to speak, by persons who don't look like us, I think this one is a little complicated because people want to be comfortable, but at the same time you don't want to feel that the beach is crowded and you feel as if you're not really wanted there. In our recent conversations with the NCA, we have discussed the option or the opportunity to bring back what we used to call the beach rangers to help man the beaches and to ensure that things happen there in a safe and more organized way so that people all locals and visitors alike, can access those beaches. So I hope that these explanations can help to shed some light on the issues that were raised by the independent senator. Madam President, allow me to respond to some of the issues that were raised by the Senator Fady. Most times when the senator responds to our submissions here, there are basically two themes. We did that before, that's our idea, or if they can't say that, then this is not good. So today there was a little bit of each. And let me just say, the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party has no problems giving credit where it's due. We have acknowledged, and the Prime Minister in his own words has said it, that the tourism levy was introduced by the previous government. And since we saw nothing wrong with it, We didn't disband it. We didn't take it out like they did with the VAT. Right? We saw the merit. What we've done is that we are now bringing in a different revenue stream, a different option, but it's not about marketing. It's about development.
Sorry, Madam President. Madam President, I raise in a point of order.
What is your point of order?
The member is
Senator?
misleading the House about the motion by suggesting that they're bringing in a new revenue stream.
I corrected that. I said a new fund, a bit of funding, not a revenue stream. Let me correct that right away. Yeah, that it's not a revenue stream. I'm referring to the Tourism Development Fund. It is not a revenue stream. It is a facility that is. He wants to put words in my mouth, Madam President. He asked me to clarify, now he wants to tell me what to say. If he wants to hear what I'm saying, he needs to listen to me. If he wants to say it for me, then I just won't respond. Thank you. So, Madam President, the Tourism Development Fund, its function is not, as is being suggested by the leader of opposition business, for marketing. He made a statement that we need to, the Tourism Development Fund is not executing the marketing properly. I did indicate in my presentation that the fund is not intended for the purpose of marketing. The marketing is being done with the tourism levy. This fund has a particular function, and it has to do with building resilience in the industry, sustainability, and our ability to recover from unforeseen circumstances and shocks. That is clear. So in trying to insert an argument into what I said, I want to be clear that this is not the intention of the fund. We didn't say it was for marketing. So don't tell us that it's not enough for marketing. It was never intended for it. Or it's not doing enough for marketing. That's not the purpose of the fund.
Madam President, again, I rise in a point of order.
What is your point of order?
The member again is misleading the House to say that the purpose of the fund is not for marketing. The motion that he has presented to the House today has outlined that the minister, so I read the motion where it says,
Final page 4, part 2, at the top of page 4. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance
to establish a fund, a special fund to be known as the Tourism Development Fund for the purpose of facilitating operations, tourism development, and tourism marketing of the Department of Tourism. So I don't understand why is he saying the purpose of the fund is not, I don't get it.
Thank you, Madam President. This time he read the text in full. You see, he has a habit of not reading, but he happened to read the text in full and said, for the purpose of marketing of the Department of Tourism. You see? So I'm happy he read it in full. And I will say again, the primary purpose of this Tourism Development Fund is exactly what it says. The tourism levy's main function or purpose is for marketing. So, Madam President, there's an argument being raised, and it has happened before, both by the opposition senator here and previous UWP governments, always attempting to bring to the mind or put in the mind of St. Lucians that the way you measure the success of the tourism industry is by the numbers. Arrivals, how many arrivals did you have? You're not at pre-COVID figures, and so on, and he goes to all lengths, brings all kinds of documents. Madam President, I'll deal with that in a while. Where he goes and gets documents, introduces information to the House or to the Senate, and then you find that that information is really a hole that he's digging for himself. So, Madam President, the argument about the number of visitors and the numbers and the statistics, numbers. Madam President, I want to remind the opposition senator, maybe he's traveling a little less these days and he's not in touch with what is going on the market. Madam President, try booking a flight from anywhere in North America right now. Try getting a hotel room these days. It's very difficult. The hotels are pretty much full. Coming from Miami, you can't get a seat You have to book early to be able to get in. The flights are full. So I don't. In fact, it is so much so that we are responding by ensuring that we are building more hotel rooms in this country. And he even gave a number of examples of the hotels that we are building. So then to try to bring the argument about the figures, Madam President, the figures are showing that we are almost unable to deal with the influx of visitors, and if you want to book a flight now from anywhere from North America, Canada, the US, and the regular routes, you better go online pretty early, otherwise you're not getting a flight. Madam President, now, let us suppose the argument about the figures was correct. Let me just say, Madam President, is it only about the numbers? What do the numbers mean? And for me, and for the understanding of St. Lucians, it's one thing to say you're bringing in X number of people every day or every month, but what exactly is the benefit of the number of people that you're bringing? The question that we need to ask is, how are we ensuring that the average St. Lucian is benefiting from these numbers, whatever these numbers are? So, Madam President, I want to remind the Senate that I heard the argument about taxi drivers not making money on the vendors. Madam President, if you go to the Ministry of Tourism right now, you will find people lined up trying to get their TX plates. We have an oversubscription of applications of people because we're regularizing these plates who want to convert their H plates into TX. Madam President, there is a demand for taxi drivers to get on this business because they know what is there for them. Now, I don't know why the leader of opposition business keeps talking about these people suffering. Madam President, I suspect even, is it bamboo rafting is happy? Business is good. Business is good. So I'm happy for everybody who is
Madam
happy.
President, I rise on a point of order.
What is your point of order?
Standing order 38. The member is imputing an improper motive, and I will not sit in the House and have it. No, you don't have to mention my name, because I know where he's going. I am affiliated with the only company in St. Lucia that does bamboo rafting. That's really cheap of you to bring
Senator,
personal
Senator Fede.
No, Madam President, I have to address it.
No, you address the
right?
Senator Fede.
Yeah.
You address the chair. If you are unable to do that, I will ask you to take your seat. Please,
yes. Madam President,
explain.
He is imputing an improper motive. The last time he said that, and I ignored it. He said, I do not want to have bamboo rafting mentioned, that I'm afraid that if I go for concessions, that bamboo rafting will have to be scrutinized. I want to let the Senator know that this is nasty and this is wrong and this is cheap politics, right? I'm very proud of St. Lucia bamboo rafting.
Senator, I think the senator indicated that business was good and bamboo rafting things were getting better. He chose Senator, let's not argue about this. No, I have not called on you. You can't put on your light. You take your seat. You take your seat. You take your seat. You cannot be standing while I'm speaking to you. Yes. So the senator indicated that, and I will ask him to move on.
Madam President, I didn't know I was doing any marketing here.
Move on, Senator, move on.
I'm moving on, Madam President. I'm moving on. I never introduced any name associated with a business or company. I just made a point that business is good, and business is very good for all, including bamboo rafting. So, Madam President, the leader of opposition business, he can't settle down. I don't know why he's so excited. I need protection. I need to be heard in silence, Madam President. I am speaking positively about the impact of what we're doing on the businesses of this country. All the businesses of this country. And it is good to hear from the leader of opposition business that he owns a business in the tourism company. What's wrong with that? A private business, that's what we want. We want St. Lucians to own. In fact, when I came in and when I debated the tourism development bill, I said that the primary purpose is for St. Lucian not to be passive participants, but to own the business of tourism, people who own this business. And so I'm happy to hear that today the opposition senator, Senator Fede, has informed the House that he owns a tourism business. He informed the House, not me. Not me. Not me. Swipes have been taken at me before, Madam President. I was in opposition once when a senator stood here and made comments about things that maybe they thought was associated with me. I just let it go outside the off stump. I ain't saying nothing. He's playing at that one. It's up to him. So, Madam President, let's move on. There was a statement made, and I resent that. I think it is something that we must discourage. A statement was made, and I will quote what the senator said. He was talking about comparison between the figures in other countries in the region and St. Lucia. And he says, we are losers. We are losers. He didn't say you, he said we. Including himself, including St. Lucians, we are losers. Now the fact that St. Lucia's figures in his mind may not be what he thought they should be, does that make us losers? You see the language we use sometimes. He's jumping up because I say bamboo rafting, but he's turning around and he's calling us losers. So, Madam President, a destination that is the #1 for 14 consecutive times for honeymoon, we losers? And he didn't mention the other two. He acknowledged the 14 times because he wants to take some credit for some of the years. But St. Lucia, as a destination, has just been voted #1 for nature, a nature destination #1. We are losers. Are we losers when we are also being voted the #1 destination for adventure? I was in Jamaica and collected the award for St. Lucia, and you're calling us losers? Madam President, I want us as St. Lucians to be proud of our achievements in the industry. And I want to also inform the opposition that on this year's nominees, we have 6 different nominations for awards. 6. And I can almost be certain that more than 3 of these will come to us. So, Madam President, this way of referring to us, this way of undermining what is ours, is offensive. It's offensive. Now, the argument was also raised about Venezuela. And I observed the senator's, demeanor when he tried to basically ridicule the idea of the Minister for Tourism making a statement about the travel exploring markets in South America. Now, Madam President, earlier today he went for a World Bank document, and I followed it and I showed where the document itself was undoing some of what he tried to do. Ipapo Satima, Madam President. Yale Asher Lot document. He went to get a copy of, I think, the Voice newspaper. He has it on his desk. And I was telling Senator Stanislas to please allow me access to the document. But I was able to get it online. And I think Senator Antoine also made reference to the same document. Madam President, what the document that he's quoting from is saying is that the minister was making a statement about exploring markets outside of the traditional routes, the traditional markets of North America, and going South America, and exploring markets like Brazil. You know the size of this country? Largest landmass in South America. You know the population of Brazil, Madam President? You know what potential we have having flights channels through Venezuela to get to Brazil, sourcing markets from South America. Madam President, Colombia is one of the leading destinations in the world for medical tourism. Madam President, you know what doors and channels and opportunities that opens up. Madam President, Chile, Argentina, the land of Lionel Messi, one of my favorite guys. Do you know the opportunities that are there by having us open up, having Venezuela as a gateway to get to the South American market? But no, he stands on his feet and speaks about Venezuela with this, almost disdainful look. The same look that his leader had when he was talking about Haiti. I do not know what is wrong with the opposition when it comes to our Caribbean neighbors. To suggest that, you have to get more out of North America. We are happy with the U.S. market. We are improving on the U.S. market. We would like to continue to do better on the U.S. market. It is our main source market. There's nothing wrong with exploring more opportunities on the U.S. market. But do not refer to our Caribbean neighbors as if they are not important and that Venezuela, why are you going to Venezuela?
Madam President, I stand on the point of order. The member is grossly misleading the House. Nobody on this side said anything and looked at Venezuela with disdain. We said that if you're looking at tourism markets, that's not a priority. That's the point.
Your point of elucidation. It wasn't a point of order. He was not misleading. He actually just described your attitude. That's
that
what it
we're
was.
looking down at the rest of the Caribbean, or we're looking down at our Caribbean neighbors. It's wrong. Come on, Madam President. He needs to withdraw that.
You have made your point, I think. Thank you.
Madam President, there are some things we cannot undo, when we've done it. I wish we could have had the clip and replayed what the posture the senator took. When he spoke about Venezuela, he was pretty much laughing. Venezuela?
Exactly.
I mean, I really don't want to do it because that's not how I feel. But when you stand up there and say, Venezuela? When you are talking about markets and you say, North America, that's where we have to go. And then you go, Venezuela? I mean, I was a school teacher. I can. There's what you call body language, innuendo. That is the message I was getting, Madam President. And St. Lucians who saw him on his feet will interpret it that way. So don't refer to a Caribbean neighbor that is going through its struggles. We all have had our struggles. And it's not the first time. His leader said the same way about Haiti. People want to come from Haiti? Anybody wants to say they're from Haiti? As if there's something. All of us in this region have had our struggles. And let me remind him, Venezuela is a neighbor of Guyana. The Guyanese president was here recently. There is so much happening in Guyana now and the positive that we are happy about. And we would like to continue to celebrate with them as they explore new opportunities. There was a time when they went through their struggles too. And when we went through our struggles, our people went to Guyana and Cayenne and Suriname to make a living. So we must not look upon our neighbors that way. These are our neighbors. And by the way, opportunities to travel to Venezuela, because of its proximity to Guyana and Suriname, creates markets there too. So I don't get it when the leader of opposition business stands up there and tries to make us believe that that we have to focus on the North American markets and we can't look south. We have to look south. And there is a focus by this government to explore South-South cooperation, diplomatic relations, opportunities for travel, opportunities for sourcing funds. When they heard about the Saudi funds for St. Jude, I know what went through them. Because it's almost, it's almost unbelievable that we can attract other sources of funding for the projects in this country. Madam President, there was an assertion that we've lost 13 flights a week. We've lost 13 flights a week from North America, and he has repeated that many times. I've let it go. But today, I want to let him know. We may have, I'm not saying we did, we may have, but this government is not paying for any aircraft to fly into St. Lucia empty. And paying for the seats for it to fly empty just to say you have a flight coming in. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. MRGs, yes. We're not doing that. Madam President, the other thing that the senator did was to hit on jazz. Now, as a former minister for tourism, I mean, that's kind of a low blow. As a former minister for tourism. And hitting on jazz, if I were in his shoes, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. For one reason, jazz is a premier event, a St. Lucia special event that is probably one of the best in the world. The brand has been, you know, it is really at a standard. That is why, according to the Senator Antoine, as soon as we launched the St. Lucia Jazz and Arts Festival 2024, the tickets went crazy. The ticket sales went over the roof. So, to hit on jazz as a former minister who was supposed to be promoting jazz, I think it's a low blow. And when you look at what the product has become over the years, I think it's really low to be hitting on jazz. And I want to remind the opposition that in last year's Jazz Festival, we saw the decentralization of jazz in this country. Not going to the hotels, not keeping St. Lucians away from it. And he mentioned tickets. I did say under my breath that we're going to offer some to his colleague, but we ain't giving him this year. He's hitting jazz too hard. Madam President, no, I'm not serious about that, madam. Just off the record. Madam President, we saw decentralization of the event with our fringe events in this country. Jazz in Babonneau, jazz in Masha, the opening, jazz in Moshi, jazz in Deriso, jazz in Choiseul, MP a Pavini a sa Deriso, I know everything Pavini, and jazz, of course, Soufre, where, you know, it was second to none. And this year, we will be announcing jazz in other places that may not have had jazz before, bringing the product to every single corner of this country so that St. Lucians can benefit and own the industry just like he does, based on his own introduction here. He said it. Madam President, I think I announced, I dealt with the final issue, that the fund is being used or should be used more for marketing. I think I dealt with that by explaining that the focus is for sustainability, resilience, and the ability for us to rebound in cases where there are unforeseen circumstances. And so, Madam President, I believe that this motion gives support to the previous tourism development bill that we passed. You can see the cohesion in the policy and the actions of the government. We came to get the bill passed because we wanted to establish the legislative framework to grow the industry. We did that with the tourism development bill. And now we come to get the resources, the finances, to finance the tourism development program so that this country, through the development fund, so it can fund the infrastructure, it can fund the resilience and all the other aspects that I have mentioned. And so, having said that, Madam President, I really anxiously look forward to this industry continuing to grow in this country for the benefit of all St. Lucians, including bamboo rafting. Yes. Thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to establish a special fund to be known as a Tourism Development Fund for the purpose of facilitating the operations, tourism development, and tourism marketing of the Department of Tourism. Be it further resolved that A, the source and monies to be paid into the fund comprises 1, the sums allocated by Parliament, 2. Interest and penalties under Section 117 of the Tourism Development Act, number 1 of 2024. 3. The surplus tourism levy revenue under Section 119 of the Tourism Development Act, number 1 of 2024. 4. The grants received by the Department of Tourism in relation to tourism development. 5. The fees charged under the Tourism Development Act, number 1 of 2024. And 6. All other sums that may become payable to or vested in the Department of Tourism in respect of matters incidental to its functions and powers. B. In accordance with Section 23(2) and 3 of the Act. That is 1. The accounting officer administering the fund shall, within a period of 1 month after the end of the financial year, prepare, sign, and submit to the Accountant General's statements showing the financial position of the fund at the end of the financial year. 2. The statements under subparagraph 1 must include the following. A. A statement of the assets and liabilities of the fund. B. A detailed statement of receipts and payments of the fund. And C. A statement of investments and interest or dividends credited to the fund. C. Section 23(1) of the Act relating to the payment and accounting procedures applies to the fund. D. The Permanent Secretary of the Department of Tourism is the accounting officer who is responsible for administering the fund. And E. The fund must be maintained unless 1. It is closed by the Minister of Finance under Section 24 of the Act, where the Minister of Finance receives a report from the Permanent Secretary of the Department of Finance to indicate that the purpose for which the fund was established has been fulfilled or no longer exists, and, in the opinion of the Minister, there is no likelihood that a purpose for which the fund could lawfully be used will arise in the future. Or 2. The terms specified in this resolution for the fund has expired. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 65(1), the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 1501, the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by an affirmative resolution of Parliament, grant a guarantee in accordance with an enactment, and whereas it is further provided under Section 69(2) of the Act that a guarantee issued by the government or a contingent liability created by the government in accordance with the regulations under the Act and in accordance with another enactment shall be charged on and paid out of the consolidated fund. And whereas it is provided by Section 21(1) of the National Lotteries Authority Act Cap 1320 that with the approval of Parliament, the government may guarantee in such manner and on such conditions as it may think fit, the repayment of principal and payment of interest and other charges in respect of any borrowing by the National Lotteries Authority. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to guarantee an amount of Eastern Caribbean 80 million, the loan from the First National Bank of St. Lucia Limited, the bank, to the National Lotteries Authority to assist with the financing of a youth and sports infrastructure program. And whereas the loan is repayable in 15 years in biannual payments of $3,571,993.78, inclusive of the interest at a rate of 4% per annum for the term of the loan. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to guarantee an amount of EC 80 million, the loan from the First National Bank of St. Lucia Limited, the bank, to the National Lotteries Authority to assist with the financing of a youth and sports infrastructure program. Be it further resolved that the loan is repayable in 15 years in biannual repayments of $3,571,993.78, inclusive of an interest rate of 4% per annum for the term of the loan. Madam President, I wish to provide some further explanation.
Yes, mine is working. Is yours? Is there? Just you want to use here, and you can use the paper as well.
It's the closest I've ever gotten to the chair. Madam President, in light of the current technical challenge, I wish to move that this Senate stand suspended until 3:30.
3:30, 1 hour.
1 hour. Unless. So may I suggest 45 minutes, 3:50?
Okay, Senators, the question is that we suspend for 45 minutes until 3:15. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. I think the ayes have it. Suspended until 3:15.
Good day, St. Lucia and the diaspora community. I am Claudia Monlouis, bringing you warm greetings and thanking you for joining us for the morning session of the sitting of the Senate, or the Upper House of St. Lucia. Presiding over is Madam President, the Honorable Alvina Reynolds. The House has taken a break now, and we'll resume at 3:15. We do invite you to join us then as we continue to carry live the developments in the House today. As per usual, on the on the platforms of the National Television Network, channel 122, also on the Government of St. Lucia website and the Facebook platform. So once again, thank you for staying with us as the morning session attracted robust and in-depth dissection of several of the motions navigated by the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information, and the Leader of Government Business, Honorable Gideon Ferdinand, who touched on several statutory instruments, bills, and motions. If you missed any segments of the morning session, I will recap with you, so fear not. We saw the upper house assent into the lower house previously last week, that is securing budgetary financing from the IDA. The IDA is the International Development Association, and this sum of money amounting to $30,500,000 will be dedicated towards COVID recovery efforts, and this motion was led by the Honorable Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre, Minister for Finance. The loan is repayable in 40 years, commencing from the date of disbursement, inclusive of a grace period of 10 years. We also heard that the loan is repayable in semi-annual installments on the first day of April and the first day of October of each year after the grace period. Also before the upper house or the Senate, today was the authorization for the Minister of Finance to guarantee a loan in the amount of $80,000 from the First National Bank of St. Lucia to the National Lotteries Authority to assist with the financing of a youth and sports infrastructure program. This ought to be dealt with in the afternoon session. There were some technical difficulties earlier on which more or less precipitated and triggered the decision for this break that we're now taking. Hopefully this is going to be rectified during the interim, and then the session will be able to, of course, continue smoothly.